got in trouble. I messed up. I didn't do it right.
Why?
Well, I was supposed to put this on the concierge page, but I didn't know that we were doing concierge page for this. But there it goes. I gave it to Mr. Lemon Pickle. Okay. Here he comes. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Here he comes. Here comes my turtle.
Yeah,
Well, we just got to show him. There's the camera.
and touch his back.
I won't touch. What do you mean?
He hisses at you if you touch his
Here,
back.
let me hold him.
Yeah, no.
Then show him right there.
Right here?
No, that right there. Get
Right
up there.
there?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Look how big!
That's Sandy.
That is so good.
You think ours will ever get that big?
No.
No?
No way, Jose. I love it. I just love it.
You just love it. I love it.
Daring.
I love
I'm
it.
not bringing
We
my
got
baby
our
down.
turtle.
You're not going to bring him
No.
down?
We got a turtle from a stranger.
Oh, that sounds a little strange. You found him on the city street?
No, a stranger gave it for us. In New York City.
So can I tell you about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? I think they're from New York City. You should be careful.
Oh
Yeah.
my! I'm gonna barf.
Oh, Lord.
Oh no. Okay, Cora, I want to yes, this is a free for all.
Yes, I am in chaos. Yes, I am in chaos.
It's not chaos in your house anymore.
What did we do to our chaos? We
Broke it.
You broke it. Okay, guys. So you can go talk to Cora about Calm the Chaos. If you are on the fence about joining us, should all these mamas and dads and people who are watching this right now, should they join Calm the Chaos?
They can join.
Yeah, why?
I don't know.
Like, should they? Are you happy that Mom joined Calm the Chaos?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I want to. I want to do it.
Yeah. That's awesome. All right. Well, I'm gonna leave. I put the link in the comments, calmthechaosworkshop.com/help desk. I want to see someone pop in.
Okay, so that would be a great idea.
It would be a great idea. Say, come on in, guys, if you have a question.
Come in.
Yeah. Teresa, do you have anything you want to say?
Well, I'm here with my daughter, and she would like to say that she is 9 years old.
Yeah. What is your super kid's name?
Trinity.
Trinity. 9 years old.
Yeah.
Do you have a turtle too?
No, a dog.
You have a dog. Oh, you want to put the dog in the
I'm
screen?
raising my hand.
I see you raising your hand, Cora.
Hello.
I see you. Yes, I know. They need to come in. Say, come in.
Come in.
Say,
come
click
in.
the link that Miss Dana gave you.
Click the link Miss Dana gave you.
Yeah. That's awesome. All right. And you'll see Anna, and you'll see Teresa, and you'll see Trinity, and you'll see Cora, and they will help you figure out if Calm the Chaos is right for you.
That would be good.
That would be amazing. We need more super kids, don't we?
Yep. More super kids like Miss Dana's brother and sister.
I don't have a sister.
Yes, you do.
No, I have a daughter.
Or your son.
I have a son. I have 2 sons and 1 daughter.
Good.
Yeah. Anything else?
What? 1 second, Miss Dana.
Anna, how many words did Cora have?
Oh my gosh. Up, down, mom. Yep. Just more.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm back. I'm back. I'm back,
Yeah,
everybody.
you are.
Okay. Well, I'm going to head out. I'm going to go answer some questions. Do you have any?
Love you.
I
Love you.
love you too. Do you have any questions for me before I leave?
Yeah.
What?
Oh, he's going like this. He's looking out the window.
Who's looking out the
Like-
window? Oh, your turtle.
My turtle is looking at the.
Do you want to ask me anything before I leave?
Yeah.
What?
So I went to New York, and then the stranger walked to me, and I see the turtle inside there, and him give it to me.
That's amazing. That's a great story.
Yes, I'm done. I'm done.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Bye, Miss Dana.
Bye, sweet pea. I'll see you soon. Love you too. Love you too. Okay. I am going to close out. I got to hit this leave button. Okay. So go over there. Go over there. That's Anna, who works in, if you've sent any emails at all over the last couple of weeks, 419 of you have, then Anna has been answering with Cora beside her. And then Teresa has been in the comments here and answering things on Video Ask and inside the community and doing live videos for you guys on Coach's Night Out. So we got a big, big team to support you. So, right? So stinking cute, so adorable, so amazing. The thing is I love Super Kids. I used to say, oh my gosh, 463 now. So the thing is I used to say that I didn't like, I really love the Super Kids, and I just had to talk to, that I had to like get through you, the grown-ups, to talk to the Super Kids. And you don't know how to ask or go in. So it's not letting me comment inside. So let me put it up like this. So calmthechaosworkshop.com/help desk. So if you type that in, you can go straight over there right now. You can talk to them. They're there for another hour and a half. There you go. So I don't know who that Facebook user is, but you can go to calmthechaosworkshop.com/help desk. They're there for an hour and a half. Go ask them any of your questions. Go share any of your concerns, because this is it, guys. Like, people keep asking, like, I got an email this morning. Oh, I got sidetracked. Hold on. I was talking about something and I totally got distracted. 400 emails. I lost my train of thought. Head over there, go to helpdesk.com, help desk to talk to them. So I've been getting emails that say things like, oh, I hope you open this in January. I hope you open this in December. Oh, I didn't get to finish this yet. I didn't get to go through everything yet. I do hope you open this again, like at the beginning of the year. And I got to tell you, oh, look at you. Thank you. We're not opening again. We made a very, very hard decision as a company. I don't know if you've noticed, but I've been live quite a bit for the last 21 days. I think I've probably worked 16-hour days to support you guys and to support the community. We've had over 60,000 comments, likes, and posts inside this group alone. 465 emails to customer service, and thousands of views on our videos, probably tens of thousands of views. And I can't do this to my team anymore. I've been a go-getter for a really long time. And this workshop takes so much of our team. I just got off of a Zoom. We should go see the team. They're in a Zoom. We should go sneak in. Do you guys want to go meet the team? Just put meet the team if you want to go meet them. Okay. So I was in a room with them earlier and they were so tired. They were so tired and they'll all stay up and love on you guys until like the doors close, 2 p.m. tonight. And there's so many people behind the scenes that you don't see them. And they've kept a Zoom room open all day. And they have been supporting you guys without you even realizing it. And it's just been, it's been remarkable to see what our team's done. The other day we had a conversation and we brought in all of our ambassadors. I'm going to try not to Dana cry. We brought in all of our ambassadors, and those are the ones that have been supporting you. And it's volunteer work. And they do it because they've been through the program. They've seen success. They believe in it. And they have to apply. They have to go through a rigorous process to even join it. And they have to get, onboarded on. And I don't know that they knew what they were getting into. I don't know if they knew what they were signing up for. And 3 weeks later, we got on a call yesterday and we did a 2-hour, yay, you did it. You're awesome. Kind of chat yesterday. And there were 25 people in that room, in that Zoom room. And I looked at everyone who was there, and their biggest takeaways were how much that they got to help you, how much they got to talk to you, how much they got to see you in a matter of days go from completely lost to, I think I'm getting it, to, I have a question, to, oh my gosh, light bulb moment, I had a good day. And they're getting to see that transformation so fast. And Jennifer McLeish said, it's so cool getting to see it's so cool to see that transformation before your very eyes and to see the growth and to see the change right there. And I said, yeah, it is. It's kind of addictive. And I had this very meta moment to sit there and look at these 25 people in front of me. And I said to them, in May of 2018, we ran Calm the Chaos Founder Circle. It was the last live session of Calm the Chaos was May 2018. So 2.5 years ago was the last live recording and live session of the program. And in that round, in that cohort, we had 25 people. We had Alice, Emily Fontaine. Some of these are stories you've heard of. And I thought about that. I had 25 strangers in a room learning Calm the Chaos when it was still very messy. We call it muddy boots. It was messy. You can actually, I'm going to show you behind the scenes. I don't know if you're going to be able to see this. Can you see those papers right there? Do you see that? Those papers right there? Okay. I'm also going to show you one more thing behind the scenes. All right. Hold on. You're seeing super behind the scenes. Here's why. Because I'm getting all nostalgic here. I want you guys to see how much this has evolved in just 2 years. Oh, they got cleaned out. Can't show you those. Oh, I know where they are. They're outside that door. So just like those over there, we had, oh gosh, probably 100 of those as we were teaching the first time. And we were just teaching them. I would draw them out. That was my, version of doodles back then. And I would draw them out and we would put them on a whiteboard. And that was it. There was no fanciness behind me. 25 people. I was trying to find the house picture. I couldn't find it. No, I don't have the house picture. That's actually from the very first round. I can tell because it's got something that didn't work. But here's the thing. When we say that this has been tested, this has been proven, this has been, fine-tuned, it's gone from those posters to, messy workbooks to a 7-step process to, a 4-step process to having focus forward partners and ambassadors and having a focus forward call when you first join, and all these different pieces that didn't exist. And that's because we've had all of these people who have trusted the process before they could see the end result. You are the first group ever to be able to see full transformations. People who came in absolute chaos and have gone and stuck with it for 1 year, for 2 years, for 3 years. And you can now see the full transformation of people who have literally transformed their life. So that first round of people who came in March of 2018, that second round that came in messy, muddy boot style of May 2018, they trusted something even though they couldn't see it. I think they had so much bravery. They believed in me before I believed in them. They believed in me not before I believed in them, but they believed in me before I could see it, before I realized I had a framework, before I understood I could help them. And then in September 2018, we broke it all. And we created a course that you could see ahead of time. You could see what it was going to look like on the inside. You could picture what the workbooks were going to look like. We showed you what we were doing ahead of time because we had walked the path long enough. But it was the first time we were shooting the videos. 2018, 2 years ago. And what's so amazing about that, guys, is even then, we were shooting the videos, making the workbooks that week, every week, and delivering live for 12 weeks. We delivered pre-recorded videos, but we did the coaching live, and it was created weekly 2 years ago. And for 2 years, we've tweaked and tweaked and tweaked and tweaked the process. Every time we learn more, every time we go through the program, we didn't used to have a Finish Strong program. We didn't used to have implement weeks. We didn't used to have focus forward partners. We didn't used to have ambassadors. We didn't used to have coaches. We didn't used to have step-by-step roadmaps. We didn't used to have, like success path quizzes. And all that's been added and tweaked and changed over the last 2 years. But when COVID happened, it was clear we needed to change things. But that meant that we had to go back to muddy boots. 1 month ago, this series did not exist. 1 month ago, everything you just experienced didn't exist. You can ask your questions here. Yeah, totally ask questions. I'm just getting into story time. Hope that's okay. Is story time okay? Can you guys let me know? Just put story time in the comments. Because this is the stuff I haven't had a chance to really tell you. So the biggest thing I wanted to share is those of you who are taking a leap, those of you who are jumping in, those of you who are saying, I'm in, I'm doing this, I'm doing it scared. You're in for a treat. You're in for what my founders had, where I'm going to be live. I'm going to be tweaking. I'm going to be perfecting. I'm going to be cleaning things up. And I now have 2.5 years under my belt, and I have an army of a team to support me and to support you guys. And I just have to tell you, I mean, the growth that we have seen in our ability to teach and to guide, you're getting the benefit of that. And if I've said anything over the last 21 days that has resonated with you, that has felt good to you, that felt like it was delivered at exactly the right time, it's because I've worked with so many other mamas and teachers and therapists just like you. You got more friends?
It's happening right now.
Who you got?
A lot of people.
Really?
Melanie?
Here, I'll come. You want to say them as you put them up?
No.
Okay. Well, let me go see if I can find them. We got friends coming in. It's not even telling me.
Melanie.
I see.
Elizabeth?
I see Laura, Margie, Lauren, Susan, Elizabeth, Annette, Melanie. Wow. And Amanda must have been your last one.
Amanda was my last one.
Wow. Yeah, lots of friends joining us. So those of you who are jumping in right now, you are joining a massive family. Some who've been here since 2018, some who jumped in during COVID, during the beginning of a pandemic. And if you're feeling in your gut like there is anything that has resonated with you, then I want you to sit with that feeling. I want you to sit with that feeling of, I think that this is for me, and get clear why, and take that leap and join us, because we would be honored to walk that journey with you. So we are going to jump into some questions. We've got a lot of them. So if you're live, I want to answer your questions first. We have a bunch that have been coming in, but they may not be here live. So I know some are coming in right now as we talk. I see Julie Porter just asked a question. Actually, it's a great question. Julie says, I'd love to do this, but how do families in need afford this? And we've had several people who have been able to figure this out. So Julie Ann actually figured this out. She said, she says, I'm like a small child. I want to know if my name's on that wall. Well, if you're in, then your name's on that wall. I'll tell you that because we're caught up to date. That's everyone. So if you are in need of financial assistance, what we've done is something that is a big risk to us, but we have opened up our $77 monthly payments. And that means that we're basically being the bank for you. We're giving you a 12-month loan so that you can pay in tiny monthly installments. And I want you to ask the question, but how? I want you to say, how can I make this work for us? Not, I can't, but how? Now, if it means that it's going to put your family at risk, if it means that it's going to put you into danger, please don't do this. But if it's going to put you in a discomfort or an uncomfortable position, I encourage you to do that because you'll go all in. And I think of Carrie, who just went all in, even though it was hard for her. I think of I think of Stacy, who we talked to today, who said this was really hard. And even if you don't really like know if you have the money, like beg, borrow, steal. And I don't want to be irresponsible by telling you what to do. And I'm not making empty promises. It works. It works. It works. It works. But you have to put in the work. You do. You have to take the forward steps. Do you have to do all the steps? No. And so if you're needing a little bit of grace in the payment plan, then jump in on that $77 a month. And if you are like, I need this, I know I need this, go post on your Facebook page and say, if you needed $75 a month, because if you can find 75, I bet you can find the other two. If you needed $75 a month, or if you needed $100 a month, what would you do? See what your friends say. Go post in the community. Get creative. Julianne created a GoFundMe. She just wanted enough to be able to create a payment for her first down payment. And by creating a GoFundMe, by asking others for help, she was able to raise $700 in 2 days and join the program. You have to ask, but how? If you sit in your circumstance, if you sit where you currently are, and you don't ask how, nothing will change. Nothing at all. There is a better tomorrow. There is a better future for you. There is, on the other side, so many possibilities. If you just want to go and listen to stories, I encourage you to go to calmthechaosworkshop.com/reviews. So I'm going to put that in. It's a really cool page. I'm going to share this page with you. This page is so cool. And I'm going to get back to the whole, like, got to go through you guys. Okay. Just takes it a minute. I'm so excited for this. All right, ready? Okay. So this is about 80 stories, real moms, real people who've done the work just like you. And you can go through and you can watch any of these videos. And you can see where they were, what they're currently dealing with. Then you can go up here and you can sort by aggressive meltdowns. You can sort by large families. You can sort by spouses and on board. Overwhelm. Single mom. Right? So if you're looking for a story of someone else who's been through this with you, been through a similar journey as you. Kayleen, do you know that you left me an angry face? That's so funny. All right. So I see some awesome questions in the comments, and I see that Kayleen's adding them to my doc. Okay, so I wanted to share that with you. And then I see the questions coming in through the video ask right now. So go on over calmthechaosworkshop.com/reviews if you need to hear more stories. You can also go over to the unit section and you can listen to more stories. These are organized by the struggles that these moms were going through. All right. Christy just posted a video ask. So Christy, I don't know if you're here. She said, when will this course be offered again? Unfortunately, it's not an option for me right now, but something my family is very much in need of. We talked about this before, guys. It's not going to be offered again for a whole nother year. My team cannot withstand the amount of effort, the amount of support that this workshop takes. 60,000 comments, likes, and posts in the last 28 days. That's almost impossible to keep up with on a regular basis. And while we would love to be able to do that, we have a lot of people who have made the investment, who've jumped in. I mean, look over there. This may be our biggest round of Calm the Chaos yet. It's kind of like a secret competition for our September round of September 2019, because right now they hold the record as the largest cohort. But this cohort is working on beating that number. So right now, the thing is we aren't going to open this again until next September, almost an entire year. And so if your question is, when will this be offered again? This isn't something that you're just going to see in your Facebook ads. This isn't something we do on a regular basis, because when we go in, we go all in. Yeah, alumni, let's do that. If you are an alumni and you're watching this, which cohort are you? Let's just see. Because they create a bond. When you come in with a certain cohort, they're your people. They're your cohort. Even though you join in with other people, there's this energy. And yeah, the team was doing like 80-hour weeks the last few weeks. We just can't sustain it and stick with our family first value. I agree. Ludmilla says September 2019. Yes. And I see the questions coming in. COVID cohort. Yeah. September 2018. Oh, gee. I was just telling you about September 18. I'm surprised Christy Blair's not here. She's usually on these, man. I'm looking at your cohorts. All right, I'm seeing we got founders, September 19. I love it. I think that's Kylie. Kylie, is that you? Yeah, back when the team was Dana, Jason, Jess, and me. Yeah, and now it's like almost 20 people. It's just crazy. It's so cool. Okay, so I'm going to take off the reviews page. If you are ready, if you're like, oh my gosh, I want my name on that board, we've got room for you. We've got some room up there, some room down here. So if you are ready, if you are in, and you want to know exactly where your name's going, then go ahead, calmthechaosworkshop.com/yes. So, like I said, we're not going to be running this again. We are not doing this again for an entire year. Do you want to wait an entire year and jump in then? Or do you want to jump in now and then be these stories, right? You bond with it. A lot of our people, I don't know if you heard it, a lot of our stories said, I'm living a life today that I didn't think possible 1 year ago. Think about that. We're not going to offer this for another year. Can you imagine? And alumni, what would have happened had you waited a year? What would have happened had you waited 3 months, 6 months? What would have happened? I know Alice tells the story of how she did wait the first time it came through. And she said, She said that if she had waited any longer, she waited and it was awful. She thought she was going to do it on her own. And she said if she had waited any longer, that she thinks she would have been divorced and her relationship with her grown daughter would have been completely broken. And I don't say any of those things lightly. Jen Beanie says, if I had decided to wait, we'd probably be divorced. Yeah. Yeah. Kylie is definitely living the impossible. Wouldn't have gotten through COVID. Kylie, if I give you the link, can you come in for a second? Can I talk to you? Kylie is such like a spitfire. Just say yes if I can, and I'll give you the link. I see is Elizabeth Sanders just joined us. I love it. Who was the last name he did? Did you guys see? Laura. Oh, so we got Heather and Elizabeth, new friends. Welcome. Okay, question time. Kayleen's like, Dana, go read the dog. Oh. Okay, she says yes. I'm gonna pull you in a minute. You guys wanted to go see the team. So we're gonna go see them. Kayleen, don't tell them. Dude, Jason told you. That's not fun. Jason told them I was coming. Such a party pooper, that man. Such a party pooper. Okay, ready. There we go. Hey guys.
Why are you in here?
Because I wanted to come say hi.
Are we live?
Uh-huh.
We are totally live. You are a stinker butt.
You knew. Jason already warned you.
No, we did not know you were going to come spy on our Zoom room.
Where's Caitlin?
She left.
Where's Albert?
I'm right here. Hey, Erin.
Albert went home.
Where's Leslie?
She's doing video ask.
Hey, Caitlin, you're just so you know, say hi to everybody.
I'm live. Abraham.
Isn't she a stinker butt?
Hi, friends. How are you?
Where's Jeanette?
I told her not to fall asleep and to come back. They're all wimps.
Man.
They pooped out. They're party poopers.
Oh my goodness.
No, they'll be back. I think
Everybody said they wanted to meet the team. I said there was a whole team room back there. I said you guys were working so hard and you were so tired.
We just here right now, we have so much that we're doing that we just, we're here, we're dedicated, we're not stopping.
Really?
We're your favorite employees, we're your best employees.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
absolutely.
Yeah. Were you having a dance party with the butt playlist?
No, but we're having drinks.
Hey, I got one of those cups too.
I know, you gave me the taste for it.
Do you guys have any questions for the team? See, they make me go out front all the time. And they're like, you're fine, Dana. Just go live all the time. Yeah.
You actually made me sweat.
Can you guys Leslie Frazier is right there in the comments and she's not in the room. She's sneaky butting. She's over in the Facebook group. All right, guys, do you have any questions? Do you have anything you want to say to our lovelies in the Facebook group?
We hearted your faces. Wait. Erin has a surprise for you.
Oh yeah, Erin, you totally got to do that. Erin does have a surprise.
I think her son.
Leslie,
Got it.
it's the Zoom room. You're totally invited.
Leslie, it's the Zoom room that you disappeared from.
You will be live when you come. Just know that. Aren't we fun? We are such fun people.
Oh.
My flamingo needs a name.
Jason.
Well, that's okay because Gallicali's eggs are named Albert. All righty, I'll quit bugging you. Do you guys have any questions? They're a really quiet bunch tonight, guys.
Us? Or
No, that these friends,
them? All the friends.
all the friends.
They're
Ready for shenanigans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bring out the purple Nurple, man.
Well, that's an accident. Those don't happen on purpose.
Are you
They-
sure?
No, they haven't. I already told them that they have to ask questions and they have to be commenting.
If they ask
Otherwise,
questions-
Jason will say, "It's time to go to bed, Dina." Yeah.
Sleep for nights. They're a safe friends.
They are.
But
We're
maybe-
famous for it now.
But you need to be in PJs. That's the problem.
Oh, is that the
Aren't you
problem?
in PJs for this?
I'm all fancy pants.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I scared them off. Oh, Michelle Klein's here. Michelle's one of our new friends. How do you access the testimonial videos if you're already in? You just go to that link. What did I do with that link? It was Calm the Chaos Framework, calmthechaosworkshop.com/reviews. All right. So before I leave Flamingo, Jess, and Caitlin, this is the Flamingo team in many ways. So do you have anything to say to our friends who are watching live?
Show us your butts.
Yes, show us your butt. So we had a really long conversation earlier today with Gallicali, and we were ripping butts. So we ripped the time zone butt, and we ripped the didn't finish butt, and
Didn't finish.
the didn't finish butt, and we ripped the it's not that bad butt. And we ripped the yeah, but what happens after the 90-day butt? And then we ripped the nothing works butt. Can you think of other butts you've heard? Caitlin's been in the help desk a lot. Caitlin says, "Oh my God, you actually drew butt."
Oh, she missed the conversation where we said Dana was actually going to draw the butt.
Did you not realize I drew butts and we ripped them? Yeah, so
Did you tell everybody we made a butt playlist?
I did. I don't know if they believe us. We would get shut down on Facebook if we played it. We can't play it. But we do have a butt playlist. We could show it, but we can't play it. Yeah. We should show it. Butt playlist. Kayleen says this is what happens when you go to the doctor.
She did. She was at her appointment when all that happened.
I know. I told her, here's what we got. Oh, I typed in butt doc, not butt playlist. Hold on. Because that was a thing today too, was the butt doc. and the butt email and the butt header. Okay, so here, I'll share. Well, if I share screen, then you guys are gone.
Oh, yeah, I wondered how you were doing this. You're getting yelled at by me, Kayleen.
What am I getting yelled at for? Where?
She said that you're ignoring the real questions. She said, I said, are you putting them in her doc? And she said, yes. And then bolding them and making them in bigger fonts.
I feel like I'm in an episode of The Office.
She wrote, Stacy really wants her question answered.
And telling Jason to tell her to look at the doc.
I could do nothing but better by joining the CTC.
I love it.
I love Michelle. You're going to have so much fun. We're a fun bunch. We're a fun bunch. Also, Kayleen, can you please remove your angry emoji from my live? Because it's really bothering me that I have an angry emoji on my live.
She said she'll remove it if you tell her to answer questions. So, Dana, you're supposed to answer questions.
Hey, are you having this conversation in a public forum? Because I don't think so. I think they're private messages.
Oh, hell no. It's a private conversation.
That's against company rules. Okay. All right.
I'm going to get yelled at in a minute.
All righty, guys. No, seriously, do you guys have anything? Do you have anything you want to share with them? Lindsay says she's super excited for 3.0. Michelle says you kind of had me when I saw the color of your hair.
Aw, that's cool.
Jess was there when I changed the color the first time.
Well, no, I was there when you got fired up to change your color the first time.
I wonder what your perspective of that story is.
I remember it like it was yesterday. You were sitting next to me in the chair, and we were talking about what color you were wanted to do your hair, and you said, I want to do it like purple or pink or something really like that. And the girl who was cutting your hair, she's not the girl that you go to now. She said, you don't want to do that. You need to be professional because you're on Facebook and you're teaching parents or something to that effect. And you were like, I'm so coloring my hair purple.
She did say you are a professional that works with kids. So, yeah.
Was that perspective any good?
Yeah, it's good. It's really good. Caitlin, what would you say? Because you see a lot of the behind the scenes. So what would be your thing that you want people to hear?
So I talked about it earlier on my live. I went live talking about my son who's 2E. And I think we are sometimes looking at the framework and thinking our kiddo has to fit the framework. And no, like the framework is built for each and every person. It's going to shift and mold, and your kiddo doesn't have to fit in this box that like we pre-made for you or anything like that. Like look at us. I mean, we have someone with a flamingo hat on. Like we are a true out of the box company, and we would love to embrace that out of the box life with all of you, because we are fun people. Like we are going to teach, and we are going to coach our hearts out, and we are going to give you the roadmap for that out of the box life, but we're going to have a lot of fun along the way as well. And we would love to have you in on that fun.
I agree. I think that we are a fun crowd. I think there's a misconception that like because we're silly and because we push the limits just a little bit on like, you know, I did a live with a peach today. I think sometimes people are like, I mean, we used to get really angry emails about how unprofessional we were and how I shouldn't jump out of boxes. And if my program was good enough and my tactics were good enough, then I wouldn't have to use all these like gimmicks. And I think, at first it used to really bother me, but then it was like, no, like, this is just who I am. I mean, you guys see me on team meetings, so I mean, look at Aaron. We screenshot when, Kayleen falls asleep, and we're goofy. And I think part of that is because when you are raising out of the box kids, like you said, Caitlin, like, you need a laugh. Like, everything else is so serious. And what we talk about is heavy and serious and hard. And, Joe came on earlier and was like, you can talk about me. You just have to use my first name only. But, Joe's story is serious, or was serious when it first started and when she would post. And, I know there's been so many others who have been on the brink of so many very dangerous things. Stacy today talked about how her son ran away and was running into a busy street. Albert talked about how his toddler ran into a busy street. And we talk about such heavy things that require so much energy and focus, and things that I think a lot of people in this world don't have to deal with, or they don't feel safe to talk about. I think they deal with them and they don't feel safe to talk about them. And so it's exhausting. It's lonely. And I think when you wear a flamingo hat, it makes it a little bit more fun. I think when, you have little shenanigans like this, I mean, that's why we give awards for shenanigans. So, if you need that place, this is the place for you. I agree. Aaron, what about you? Because you have an outside perspective, because you didn't go through the program until after you worked for us. And you just kind of watched things and did things as you were like uploading them and doing things like that. What do you do for our company? Can you share kind of what you do behind the scenes?
Oh, that might take a while. I'll just be really brief. I upload the videos, I help send the emails, make sure like all of the content is available for everybody to watch and consume as soon as possible. Mm-hmm. That is my goal. And sometimes, honestly, that's hard because I start watching it as it's like uploading. And I'm like, I just need to watch this for a few more minutes to gain this information. And then I slowly like take it and apply it to my kids, thinking the whole time, like, my kids are fine. They would be fine without this. But then every time I take something and implement it, I'm like, and now they're better. So I'm going to take the next thing and just see, because everything I've tried has just made their life better. It's made my life better. Our family life is like more coherent. Like, we just feel like a unit now instead of 4 separate people just doing our own separate things. Mm-hmm. So actually, last week my son was drawing a map and some water spilled on it. And I looked in his face and I could see him starting to just lose it. And I was like, I got this. I know what to do. Mm-hmm. So like, we connected and we hugged. And I didn't, because I wanted to come in and be like, this is how we fix it right away. So like, he doesn't need that. He needs a really long hug right now. And I didn't know that before working here and before, watching the videos and going through CCC.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I see Beth is in right now, so we can all celebrate Beth. She's right here in the comments even. So I see her coming in. So that's awesome. And you told me that about, and I would have always considered you out of the box and your kids out of the box. And so it's so funny because so many people will tell me, I mean, I have a good friend who like does struggle, and you don't struggle with your kids. And I think it's because you're out of the box and your kids are out of the box. So you can understand them. And so you're okay with things being out of the box. But I have a friend and she's out of the box, and her son is adopted. And so therefore, when you're adopted, you have all sorts of things going on that do play a part in who you are. And then you are out of the box, like no matter how things are going, it's still true. And so I've always tried to get her in, and I've always tried to get her to like, come on, like, I know I can help. And And she still pushes it off so much because she's so afraid of like, well, I have all these therapies and I have all these things and I can't take one more thing and I can't organize my own self. And I'm like, just trust us just for a second, you know? And so to hear you say that, like, you don't have those struggles. And I know that's one of the big questions that's even on this list is my kids aren't that bad. So what should I, you know, why should I try this? And I think your story is so, it resonates so much. So I love that. I love that. And what has it made possible for you? Like to be out of the box or to think out of the box and realize that it's okay to be out of the box?
That's hard because I've kind of always liked being who I am.
Mm-hmm.
But when we start talking about super kids and being out of the box, it gave me this like identity to kind of hold on to. Like I'm not just my own little person doing my own thing. I'm a part of this whole group of people doing all of their own things. And it was empowering. Like I don't have to be type A and know all the things and do all the things right to succeed in this world. I can do it my way, and it's going to look different, but it's still going to be amazing.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome. That's awesome. I love that. That feels really good. Do you guys have anything final? I'll let you guys go be rah team in the background.
I had one little thing to say. So
Do people know who you are and what you do?
I don't know.
Jess runs the company. She's my handler.
It embarrasses me when you say that, though,
Why?
because it's not me running the company.
Heck yeah, it is.
It's just me helping the team run the company.
Team, do you want to talk to any of the rest of us or do you want to talk to Jess?
No, what I wanted to say is that one of the things that I always find interesting and fascinating at the same time is, and I guess because I'm learning more about a lot of things this year than I think we all are, you know, just about how certain groups of people might feel or how certain words affect people, or, you know, if somebody deals with something that I never considered, like this is what's, you know, but it all comes down to like, you know, your perception and how you're perceiving things, and, you know, like even the mindset you have. And I mean, honestly, I think the best mindset you can have coming into this is that you're here to learn, even if that doubt in the back of your mind's going, yeah, but that's not gonna work, or that sounds so far off, or that sounds so, you know, silly, or whatever. It probably is the thing that's gonna work the best for you. There's just a lot of different ways of looking at things. And, you know, when you're talking about, you know, your kids in particular, like I have 2 kids who are the complete opposite, yet they're a lot the same. And so things that would apply to one and work with one doesn't work for the other one. And, you know, just keeping an open mind, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Just keep an open mind about everything. Trying new things, learning new ideas, learning from someone else's perspective.
I love that.
That's all I want to say.
Beth said, please ask your husband to write Beth on the wall, even though my credit card says Elizabeth. Here, Beth, I'll do it for you. What color are we on? We're on pink. All right, keep talking, someone, because I'm going to go right on the wall for Beth.
Good job, Dana. You're doing great.
Keep it up, friend.
Do a little booty shake. Booty shake. All right. Anything else? We good?
I think so. I think you better answer those questions so Kayleen doesn't get mad at me.
Kayleen should come answer them herself. Okay.
Challenge. That was fighting words.
Right? Yeah. I already did it. Tell him I already wrote it. Her name, Beth. Oh, you can't see it. It's up there. Do you see it? It says Beth. Okay. You're there. I promise you. That's awesome. Okay. You guys are awesome. I'm going to say goodbye to you guys. Maybe I'll come and visit you later.
Now we're gonna watch for you.
Well, let me know if Albert comes back or if Jeanette or Leslie or Lemon Pickle or
We'll gather everybody up for you.
gather them all up.
I'm
All
not
right.
coming back saying, "Hey, Erin, can you check?" And then we're live.
Oops. Okay. All right. Bye.
Bye.
Oh my goodness, my team. All right, I heart my team. They are amazing. And if you guys can give them all the love. Oh, I got to say goodbye to you guys. Hold on. They were still over here just watching, hanging out. Yeah, my team is pretty amazing. So I could not do a single bit of this without my team. They support me. They hold me up. They catch me when I'm exhausted. They catch me when I am not quite sure of myself, when I'm a little wobbly, unstable, and feeling like I might not be able to do this. And then I catch them when they're feeling a little unstable and wobbly and like they can't do this. And what's so cool about our team is the majority of our team, I would say probably about 80% of our team, all came from here. They all started exactly where you are. Jess was our very first student ever with our first program called Worries Workshop. And Caitlin and Leslie and Kayleen built the first program. So we always say that she was a student. She wasn't using a lot of the tactics. She was just helping me formalize the things. And then she started using them and then she started building even more. So outside of that, I mean, the majority of them have all been, you met Anna, you met Teresa in the help desk. You can still go to the help desk for 32 more minutes. So this is your chance to go ask questions. If you've got questions and you want to talk to a real human, not me here on a Facebook Live, you can go to calmthechaosworkshop.com/help desk. And I do see some new friends coming in. So I see Bridget. Sorry about that, Bridget. I see Bridget and I see Loretta. I see Teresa. And I think we had Elizabeth and Heather already. So welcome to the family. We are super excited to help you. All right. So here's what I want to do. I am going to finally, after an hour and 19 minutes, go look at the questions. Okay. Sorry. Oops, not what I wanted to do. I want to delete that. All right. So go to the help desk. And I'm going to pull those up right now. Okay. Stacy really wants her question answered. So Stacy is in our program. And she says, if Dana and Kayleen were in my shoes this week and had to pull Minecraft away from SK7 and got a bloody nose, face from extreme anger and violence, would there be any consequences at all? Simple answer, no, there would not. Stacy, because what I hear here is that you pulled the Minecraft away from him, which means that the spiral happened long before the event ever happened. And what I know to be true, and Stacy, I'm just going to call you out a little bit, just a little bit, because you are one of our students. And the truth is here is that, Stacy, you've been with us for quite a while, and your life has been in kind of like a lot of chaos. There's been a lot going on in your life. And Stacy, what I would want for you to do is, instead of jumping from here to here to here to here, that's one of the biggest traps and pitfalls we see from our students who don't make the forward progress that they're hoping for, is I would encourage you right now, instead of watching this live, I would go and do the Survive the Storm Masterclass. Because that is going to help you have an in-the-moment plan for meltdowns. That's going to help you have your anchor. It's going to help you prioritize what's most important to you. It's going to help you figure out what types of storms you have and the different types of storms that happen in your house. And it's going to help you create that emergency plan for when the violent behavior comes out. Here at Calm the Chaos, we believe all behavior is communication. We also do not believe that consequences teach. We don't believe that consequences guide. We don't believe that consequences actually ultimately change your child's future and help your child become who they are meant to be. And so while consequences feel like in the moment they're teaching them something and they're telling our kids that they can't dare get away with that, it really doesn't. It doesn't actually change things for your kid. What it does is it just adds more fuel to the fire. It just adds more anger without actually teaching anything. It disconnects, it pulls away, it creates this tension between the two of you. And so if you're struggling with this, Stacy, please go watch Survive the Storm. I think it's going to help a lot. And then she says, I can tell you the spiral in the background if needed. I just don't know what appropriate reaction is for this. And if there isn't a consequence for violent behavior, how does a child learn that the behavior is not okay? I'm afraid I'll be raising children to think it's okay to hit their mom or other people and they can get away with it. So part of this is it's the full cycle. So we talk about the Calm the Chaos framework and how it's you, connect, understand, empower. And by jumping to consequences, you are technically, what you're doing is jumping to a very false empowerment, but you're jumping to empowerment. What is the link, Amanda Oliver? calmthechaosworkshop.com/help desk. Okay. All right. So what happens when we jump to consequences, we think we're jumping to empowerment, which in our head is teaching them a lesson, teaching them to be better, do better, to have more, and to be successful and all those things, learn something. The problem with that whole belief is that a consequence does not teach anything, not at all. Instead, what you have to do is you have to create a plan for what you're going to do the next time that safety comes. You have to swap your belief from believing that hitting, kicking, hurting, violence is the same as abuse from an adult to another adult. Those are different. And as long as you see your child, and Stacy, I'm going to call this out, as your ex, who caused a lot of stress and a lot of trauma and a lot of pain in your life and your child's life, as long as you see the behavior similarly, you're going to react that way. And you're going to react with this, how dare you? I can't believe you would do this. I can't let you do this. Oh my gosh, right? Like that's what your brain is doing to try to protect you. And from there, you're going to have to create these moments of safety. And those moments of safety have to be with your body and your ability to remain calm. And that's why with the new roadmap, we're not jumping straight into connection as your base. Instead, we're starting with you. And we're actually saying start with Survive the Storm so that you have that emergency, that plan in place. And I see someone saying, where do I find, survival strategies? That's inside of our program, in our bonus, the Survive the Storm masterclass. And if you need to hear a story of someone using them, then you can go to the reviews page, calmthechaosworkshop.com/reviews, and you can check out Rachel Lee's story, Amber King's story. You've heard my story. And when are you going to teach? Well, first you have to understand where it's coming from. Did he have a plan in his head? Is he triggered when you touch him? Right? Katie, the emergency plan is the bonus in Survive the Storm. You try to make the emergency plan together if you can. Yes, 100%. But sometimes you can't make the whole thing in the moment. I mean, you can't make the whole thing with everyone. Because when you're in true emergency, it is really hard to, when you're truly in the moment, it's hard to find a moment where there's no meltdowns. When you're in the storm, when you're surviving the storm, when it's truly an emergency, it's 5-hour meltdown, a break, 5-hour meltdown, a break, 5-hour meltdown. And so that is something that can be really, really hard. And then during the storm, you're riding it out. It's all about you riding the storm. So if you think about a hurricane, if you think about a tornado, if you think about any catastrophic hurricane or a catastrophic storm, like a real legitimate storm, you do not run. You do not try to fight it. You try to seek cover and you wait it out. It's the same for the behavior. Because the more you fight it, the bigger it gets. The more danger you put yourself in and the more danger you put your kid in. So you have to learn how to survive that storm. And honestly, if you guys are dealing with this, any of you guys that are asking this question, there is no better place on earth than for you to be in our program. I'm just going to call that right out. And I think Amanda Oliver, Michelle Klein, Katie Dravina, Stacy Green, you're in our program. That's awesome. But if there's someone watching this right now and you're dealing with this sort of thing, there is no better place than for you to be inside this program. Because we've lived it. And I'll tell you, we've lived it enough to know that it's not just our therapist that didn't give us an emergency plan. It's not just our professionals that didn't give us emergency plans. It's not just our teachers. It's a pattern. Nobody wants to tell you what to do in the moment because they don't want to be liable. And so we give you big picture so you can plan your in the moment plan. Because I know how scary it is. I know how scary it is. And then after the storm has passed, that's where you do your recon. That's where you do your debriefs. That's where you talk about what happened. And when, if a sibling's involved, I see this, Amanda, and I see this, Katie, it gets included in your emergency plan. If siblings are involved, it's part of your emergency plan. When a storm is happening in our house, my 2 younger ones go and hide away. They lock themselves away for safety. We lock up the dog, and Jason and I tag team. We remove as many things away, and we lower our voice. We lower the lights, and we're just there. And we have a plan in place. And if we didn't have that plan, I don't know what I'd do, honestly, sometimes, because it can be so scary. And I remember sitting at the top of my stairs, because that's right outside my son's room, just waiting it out. Am I going to have to call the hospital? Am I going to have to call an ambulance? Is he going to calm down? Please calm down. Is he going to jump out the window? Should I go check on him? And so if you're thinking my situation is so bad, there's no way they can help. Professionals haven't helped. I got to tell you, take a chance with us. There's a 30-day money back guarantee. If you're surviving the storm in 30 days, you may not be out of that storm. I'll be honest. But you'll know if this is the program for you. You'll know if it's a safe community. You'll know if you like the style of the lessons. And if you don't, please share with us. Like, I'm struggling to find this. I can't find this. Where do I find this? So that we can get it clear for you. So Stacy, you've been with us long enough. I'm going to tell you, these are questions that you should be asking over in our group. And then I'm going to ask you to start showing me the work. And now that we have this roadmap, it's going to be very clear. Do you have your survival plan? No. Okay, go make one. Yes. Okay, let me see it. You share your survival plan and we say, I see these small tweaks you could make. It's going to be that way. It's going to be so easy for our team to say, oh, do you have your in the moment plan? No. Okay, go make one. Do you need help? So that's what I'm so excited about with this new roadmap is the ability to help you figure out what plan you need most and then walk you through that step by step. Alrighty, let's see what we got here. I see Brandy is in, Bridget Murphy's in. Hello, hello. Alrighty, so let's go back to some questions. Hopefully that was helpful. That was a little deep, but I know that she really wanted some help. All right, we've got Nijam. May I check, how does this course work for people whose time zones are really way off from yours? I'm 13 hours ahead, so 12 noon would be 1 a.m. for me. I don't mind, but this is not sustainable. I'm super grouchy. So a couple of things. The program works totally fine if you watch on replay. Matter of fact, when you watch on replay, the main training will be taken and then broken down into tiny pieces. So 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Those of you that have done Survive the Storm, you know what this looks like. You get a full training and then you can break it down into the tiny pieces. The group, though, is worldwide. So we have people we have Kylie and we have Danielle, we have Anita Boarding. I mean, that's only 3. I mean, we've got tons and tons of friends from all over the world, from Malaysia to, New Zealand to Australia. And, we've got them from all over. So you do not have to get up at 1 a.m. If there's a training that you want to be at, then yeah, you could set your alarm, you could be there and go, yay you. But you don't have to be there live and you can get just as much from the program, even if you can't be there live. Ashley, I see your question. Can FSA funds be used like it does with counseling? Just curious. So Ashley, to be honest, there have been people that have done this. I have no idea how they do it. No one's actually walked us through that process. There are people that have done it. There are people who have also done it with their what's it called? Like the health, like their insurance. And then there's like the spending, your health spending. But I don't know how they did it. So I'm just letting you know that. Alrighty. Let's see. All right, one of my hesitations is that if I find this isn't working, I'm stuck with a 12-month commitment of $77. So here's the thing. When you sign up, please, 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 like you can definitely join on that $77. We open that up and I am, you can ask as much as I'm trying to think. Like when you join at 77, whether you join at 77 or you join at full pay, you get access to the same amount of stuff. So you can join at 77. You have 30 whole days to be like, is this for me? Now, here's what I don't want you to do. I don't want you to join at $77 and then be like, I'm not going to show up for 30 days and then say it didn't work for me. We'll still refund you because that's our policy. But you are going to be so much better off if for the first 30 days, you go all in. You ask questions on every 10 and 10. You ask questions on the coaching call. You go into this like your life depended on it. And then after 30 days, if this, I'm not going to say it's going to be a full transformation in 90 days. But if after 30 days, you're like, yeah, I don't think this is my style. I don't think this is going to work for me. I don't, whatever it is, the framework works, but you have to do the work. You just don't do it alone. then you can email us and you can get a refund. So you're not obligated for that 12 months. However, after that first 30 days, you are obligated for 12 months. You are in a contract. We're basically being the bank for you. If you don't want to be in that 12-month contract, then please go out, go to PayPal, go to a credit card, do what you have to do to find the full pay in full, and then you're on your own with your payments. But it's kind of like going to the mattress store. Like, you can't go to the mattress store and say, like, I'd really like to buy this mattress and I need it on like a 5-year payment plan. And let's say after a year, something happens to the mattress and you can no longer use it anymore. You can't stop paying on that mattress. You still got to pay for it. It's the same thing. It's the same with your cell phones. It's the same with any big purchase like that. But the difference is this is not a purchase. This is an investment. You are making an investment in your family. You are making an investment in your future by putting that $77 down and saying, I'm all in. This is what I'm going to do. And it will encourage you to show up. It will encourage you to do the work. This is not a course that you're just going to put on your shelf. This is not a course that you just get to set to the side. Doesn't work like that. You are going to have to put in the work. You are going to have to show up. You don't have to show up live. You don't have to put in a ton of work. But you do have to do the work. You do have to ask the questions. And you will be supported every step of the way if you do that. Every single step of the way. Teresa says, we actually just finished paying for a cell phone my husband lost a year and a half ago. What a great analogy. I love it. I'm so glad I was able to share with that. But we have people do that where they'll purchase. And here's the thing, guys, is when you join the program, you do have access to your version for life, right? And Katie is like, the accountability is so different from anything else I've ever seen, tried, or heard about. And you just started, like, you haven't even seen it yet. We haven't even had our welcome call. Katie, we have our welcome call on Monday. We have our first lesson on Tuesday. We have our first coaching on Thursday. Like, you may have gone to a Focus Forward call, but yeah, this is, I mean, I've been a part, I am friends with lots of people who have parenting courses and I love them dearly and they're amazing. This could be put up there with any life transformation course or program that is a coaching program. I mean, we go all in. This is well worth $2,000. It is a $2,000 program that we sell for $999. And for this time period only, it is $699. That means the next time that we offer this, you will not see $699. So not only are you going to have to wait, but it's not going to be $699. Not for this program, not for the accountability, not for the coaching, not for the support, not for the what you get in those, the coaching calls weekly. And I love that. Like Lindsay King and Katie, like you guys just started, right? And you're right. So supportive. Like I would put my little community up against anyone. So, I'm wondering, normally I do these with Jason and my voice is definitely starting to go. So I'm wondering if Kayleen would want to join me. Kayleen, are you still here? Because my voice is definitely going. So I need someone to bounce off of. It lasted all the way till 9:50 on the last night. I don't think I have any lozenges down here. They brought a bunch down here for me. I have like a whole routine and system I use for my voice to keep it going this long. It doesn't hurt, but I do lose my voice. Kayleen, what'd she say? My kids are finishing up bedtime. Kylie, want to join me? My voice is tired. But here's the thing. I know that if one of you has a question, then 10 of you have a question. And so I am dedicated to going all in and answering your questions. Because we're down to the wire. It is 10 p.m. And we close this down in, I see that. We're down to the wire. Oops. It is 10 p.m. All right, I just gave you the link, I think. Oops, I gave it to Ludmilla. All right, so we're going to wait for her. She's going to come. I just gave her the link. Waiting for her. She's coming. She's coming. Say, Kylie. If you are on the fence right now, if you will just type on the fence in the comments. Kylie. She's got to click it. There she is. Hi, friend. I can't hear you.
It's because I have to unmute. Can you hear me now?
Uh-huh.
Oh, good. I'm out shopping actually, but I'm gonna jump into the car
So
I can talk to you there.
So many people ask about
Let me get into the car so it's a lot better. Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, good.
So Kylie, people who haven't heard your story, just catch us up real fast.
I've got 8 kids. That's it.
That's it. Just 8 kids.
Yeah, just 8 kids.
Yeah.
I just left my shopping trolley in the supermarket and said, "Can you mind it for me?
Aww.
I'll be back."
You're so awesome. So a lot of people ask, like, what do you do about the time zone difference?
Oh, that's well, I actually love the fact that I can watch a live that I want to watch and the kids are sleeping, so I don't have to worry about the disturbances. So that's one part. But the other piece is that I can put a question in whenever I like, and it will be answered, and it'll be included in a replay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and differing times, sometimes it suits you and sometimes it doesn't. I mean, I think that's for everybody.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I think it doesn't matter if you're on a different time zone or not. I mean, we don't all we're not able to all make it to every live, but the replays are always there.
They're always there, and they're you know, your question will get answered. It won't be a short response. It'll be a lengthy response, and you can hear the community interacting with the question. You know, it's not just a matter of the coach, whoever's on answering. You also get the interaction of the community, so you can get a lot of support. Yeah, through the recordings.
Yeah, especially in those 10 and 10s, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So
yeah.
I'm just gonna like post the questions so you can answer them. Someone is asking, how do I use the iceberg theory when my 6-year-old refuses to do writing assignments during remote learning?
Yeah. Yeah, I think within the framework, is that what you're saying?
She's saying, well, how do I use the iceberg theory?
Iceberg theory. Oh, I definitely on the surface there's a refusal, but underneath I'd be asking what it is. There's something else under the communication, because behavior is communication. So I would definitely be digging under the surface, and I'd go to the framework as well to dig under that surface, because it's complicated if you don't. So I first think, if I'm calling it refusal, why am I calling it refusal? It's not necessarily that they don't want to, because we believe that if they can, they would. So that would be my first go-to. What's under the surface of my thinking? What am I thinking? What's under the surface of my behavior? Why am I seeing this as refusal? And then I'd want to connect in whatever way I can, and be able to listen, see what the child's saying. Yeah, and calm myself, because to even get to that point, I mean, it's impossible if you're angry. If you don't, because I've had that happen so many times in the last few months actually, because we had about 3 months of lockdown and homeschool, not by choice. And my 7-year-old often refused, if you like, homeschool. We didn't actually master the art until the last week, when I just I had all the plans of the school, and I was measuring him up against those plans and also my own. And I needed to let go of the plans, really. So it was a matter of, I just went to basic calm myself first. And it was such a slight tweak, but I said to him the night before, the next day of homeschooling, I said, now tomorrow morning when you get up, do you think you could choose the couple of tasks or 3 tasks that you need to do in the daytime yourself? And I didn't think anything of it. I just said that to him and went to bed. And he went to bed, and in the morning, he said, Mum, I've chosen the task. And I had so much less fight during the day to do the work. So I thought, oh my gosh, it was like that slight tweak, involve him in the plan, and do it in advance rather than in the moment. All the fighting, we did so much, back and forth throughout the months.
Yeah, that's really good. I love that. What would you say? I see something happening a lot where people kind of jump back and forth. Like, I've seen it in the group a lot the last couple of days of like, well, what about this? And 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 like, what would you say about that? Because I know you kind of fought us for a little bit on your first focus. So can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. I'll tell you, I'll jump to something that I'm doing right now. See, I'm doing a shop, and I'm doing a shop with a list. I know that sounds really funny to be celebrating that, but that's a big celebration for me, because over the last week, I've been having a bit of a fight with myself about which is my focus, which is my focus. And I'm a monkey brain. I get overwhelmed very easily, and the fact that I've got 8 kids pulls me in that direction as well. Not just that I've got the personality to be like, to tend to be like that. So I've been thinking, I've just finished this parent-kid yoga course. I want to kind of focus on that. And I kind of put, the meal planning to the side. But the fact is that I spend most of my day trying to figure out what I'm going to cook and how I'm going to shop every day, every week. And so, I listened. I was in a coaching call and I kind of listened to Dana. She said, look, this should be your focus. And I thought, yeah, really? I hate being a chef. I hate cooking. That's the worst thing about being a mother, especially a mother of 8. It's like you're in a restaurant, it's like MasterChef every night. I don't like this. I don't like that. So all these thoughts are going through my head, racing through my head. And I'm thinking I've got a lot of more important things to do, getting back to school, doing all of this. But I started to focus. And anyway, I came up with this list this week. And so I'm shopping with a list. And I am so much more focused. So this horrible task has become, oh my gosh, I am doing this. So every time I put like chicken thighs in my trolley, I am celebrating because I think, usually I would be like rummaging through and wondering what I'm going to buy and how I'm going to cook and what I'm going to cook. And I'm thinking all of these things at once. So I'm kind of doing this as a metaphor. I hope you're getting it. I do my whole life like this. I used to do my entire life like this, but particularly now at the moment, I do my meals and my cooking like this, thinking about what I'm doing and doing it at the same time. Friends, it's not the way to do it, because this is a relaxing moment. I'm going through the supermarket. I've already done an online shop for the regular stuff. And I'm just got my meals, got my list, and I'm just picking out what I need. And this is what I found in CTC, that you can do this because, for one thing, often CTC has the list already written and it's based on all this experience. And the other one is they can guide you through making a list even if you've got a monkey brain. Because I had serious monkey brain. Most people would think that I'm really organized, but I'm actually not. And I hadn't been until I got here. So,
well, my whole life, Kylie, people have said, "Oh, you're so organized." I'm like, I fake it. No, I'm not organized at all. Because I used to, people talk about type A, and I'm like, I'm type Z.
Yeah.
And now people laugh, because they see my okay, here's my marker bin and here's where I keep this and here's this. And they're like, oh, you are organized. I'm like, that's my system. I have to have a system. I have a rule now where I cannot go on I'm outside of COVID. I can't sit the first row of an airplane anymore because if I sit in the first row of an airplane, I'll lose my computer because I've done it. Because I have this habit of I might put it in the pocket in front of me or whatever, and on the front row, there's no pocket in front of you, and so you can't have your bag. So I'm tempted to put it all over the place, and then I forget it. So I have to have a rule, and in that I think is the benefit you get in Calm the Chaos is that you're getting my rules and my systems and my frameworks because I can't function without them.
Yeah. Well, I'm the same. Yeah. I can't function without this, but I never knew that I couldn't function without it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, thank you for answering that. Let me see if I've got the next question, because this is really helpful because I don't have to talk that much.
Yeah.
All right. This one's kind of easy. Well, no, here. Okay. I completed the old program in June of this year. So I started in COVID right after pandemic hit. What are the differences between the old and the new?
So 3.0 and the old. I'm in this like you. Like, this is new for me too. But I'm seeing clarity, and I'm seeing it in front of me kind of unfolding, and I'm seeing clarity. And I mean, surviving the storm, that bonus that you get when you first come into the program is a perfect example. It covers most anything. And to tell you the truth, you've gotten a taste in the last 7 days of just how in-depth this process can be, and what is the basis so you can get through it. So this is what 3.0 is about, I think, about as much as possible getting you success. That's how I see it.
Yeah, I agree. It's just getting to the nitty gritty of exactly what you need and giving you baby steps. And I think what we've done is we've taken all the same concepts. And I'm curious what you say, because, you know, we've gotten from people who have done the program in the past, and maybe in March when the pandemic happened and things like that. And they'll say, well, I did 2.0 and it wasn't organized well, or it didn't work for me. And now you've got 3.0. And if you needed to make it better, why shouldn't I just get 3.0? What would you say to that?
Well, I have a level of trust in the program. I mean, and I think just that whole thing of one focus, one step at a time. And I think it's really emphasized in 3.0. I don't know if I'm answering the question. But so for me, it makes sense to do that. Because what's the question exactly? Tell me again.
So
Dana.
the question we keep getting, Kylie, is from people who may have gone through 2.0. And, you know, we don't usually have people upgrade. It's not regular that you have to do a big upgrade or anything, but you know, we're completely revamping the program. So they're saying, what is the difference between what we had in 2.0? You already answered that. And then they're saying, well, it didn't work for me. 2.0 doesn't work at all. It was poorly designed. You said so yourself. You're reorganizing it and simplifying it. So it must not have worked. So why should I have to upgrade? Why can't I just get it for free?
I know what it is. CTC2 was a matter of refining the framework. So that UQ framework was perfected within CTC point 2, okay, 2 or whatever you want to call it. So I had a clear idea of what, you know, I started to get a clear idea of how to implement. I didn't feel like I was by myself when I started to get the idea of you, connect, understanding, empower. Now what's happening is that they're refining the path. So what they're doing, what the team is doing, apparently I'm part of the team now, is that they're focusing on that path and the steps that it takes to go through that successfully to the end, where you get the result and you get the support that is envisioned at this time. You know, there's a dream, your why, and now they're mapping out how you get to that very, very clearly. Already the framework works. It's a matter of getting the roadmap to show people how to go through it. And that's what I love about it, because it's the process now that's the focus. Rather than the content.
It's focus. Yes. It's focusing more on that journey of, you know, because you could go through the next 90 day and only do Survive the Storm and get massive value out of perfecting your emergency plan.
That's what I love about it.
And never make it past that. So many people are worried about not finishing, but really like taking it and saying, okay, you're in Survive the Storm. There's no reason you should be working on an advocacy plan. You would need to survive first. you got to breathe. Like you got to
Yeah.
like get your head above water, and then you can worry about like advocating for the other people that are drowning. Like start with yourself. And so
Yeah.
I think you put it really well when you said that. So I appreciate you saying that.
Yeah.
I mean, the
So
framework
you have a toolbox. yeah, and
Mhm.
you're building the sprinkle that you can sprinkle on anything. You can use this with any child in any situation. But this way, what you're doing is you're starting with you and your process of literally learning the framework, and then you can map, and then you can step through it.
Mhm.
So for me, it's like each program, each lesson, each training, all of that has the same kind of stepping through it.
Mhm.
You always start with you at sorry, what's the road map again? I'm in shopping mode.
The roadmap of
You dream first, then you create, then you what's the next one?
well, I think you're thinking of the Conquer and Thrive roadmap.
Yeah, but also now these new stages.
Yeah, there's the breathe, shift,
It,
communicate.
look, yeah,
Yeah. You're at the end of that path, right? Because you're working on Conquer and Thrive. So there's stages there.
yeah,
One of
yeah,
the
yeah,
things,
yeah,
I love how you said sprinkle. So I just want to share this. And then you can go back to shopping.
yeah,
I feel bad that I took your shopping. But connect, understand, empower with you.
Yep.
What we like to think of is at each stage, if you were to take this flat like this, and then you were to build another UQ on top and another UQ on top and another, you're layering them on top each stage that you go through. So it's just like, one sprinkle and then another one and another one. So I think that's and you're like kind of like the designer of the sprinkles, which is so fun.
Yes. Yeah, no, I love the sprinkle. It suits me because you've got different kids, you've got different situations. Each kid has got their different behaviors. If you take it like you've got the framework and you're kind of sprinkling here, sprinkling there, you're building your toolbox at each of the stages, and you're getting better at seeing where you are. But there's always a focus. There's always a focus, and that's what keeps you going. The little baby steps, baby focus. Yeah.
I love that. I love that so much. Well, Kylie, is there anything you want to say to anyone who is on the fence, who's thinking about this? They've got 4 hours. What are you thinking?
Yeah. I'm thinking if you can do it, I say do it. Especially I heard some about being my life works generally with my kids, they're pretty ordinary. Yeah, they're chucks and tantrums and they do this and they do that. But it works is what you say. And sprinkle, because one doesn't know what they're missing out on until they know what they're missing out on.
Mm-hmm.
So I could have taken it as, these are ordinary things. My kids are going nuts when I've got visitors. They're not listening to anything I'm saying. They're not helping with the housework. I could have said, well, those are ordinary things, but if I knew what I was missing out on, and now it's a gem. It's a gem. I'm just happy that Gracie made so much mess. She was so damn creative, because if she wasn't that creative that she could actually run havoc and chaos through the entire family in a moment. If she didn't do that, then I probably wouldn't have said yes to the program. But because she was, and I basically spent most of my life running up and down the stairs and sending somebody else up there, I didn't realize that actually there would be a time, because my dream at the beginning, I'll leave you with this, my dream at the beginning was that everyone could do something that they choose quietly in whatever part of the house. And now basically that's what happens, because you know, Gracie, through the program, you know, there's been connection made between family members. So Gracie's become very good friends with the teens that she wished to be friends with, and that was the whole problem underlying the messing. And now everyone kind of does their own negotiating around the PS4 conflict, so I don't have to have a plan because I let it go and they can kind of deal with that. And going back to school and back to the school routine has worked on its own. This is what I feel like I've gotten to the point that the family does work, but I couldn't have told you that even a month ago.
Really?
Until I'd seen it. Until I'd actually seen it. Because this week they've gone back to school and they went back to a bedtime routine that I spent so much time on last year. By the time COVID hit and the bedtime went to the absolute SHIT, complete shitstorm really at night time. I thought,
and then you just said it. I love that.
At the end, I was thinking, oh my gosh, they're going to go back to school and this is going to be a mess. I'm going to have to do this all again. Well, I had my own calm sorted, so I let the plates drop and the pennies dropped for them because they just took up the plan. So her 9-year-old sister takes little Gracie off to her room.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Michael will get the talk from, can you believe it, Phil, who brought me here. The 7-year-old will talk to his 4-year-old brother and they take themselves to bed and Ed and I just kind of go to sleep and everything kind of happens.
Mm-hmm.
So I seriously would have thought that was impossible in our house with everything going on.
Mm.
Yeah, but I didn't know it. That's what I don't think.
For anyone who hasn't heard your story, I mean, you kind of just like threw it out there like it was just an everyday thing. But what has it allowed you to be able to do now that your family's working? Well,
now I just say, well, I'm going off to be on a live call. So I need some quiet. And you can hear him in the next going, shh, Mum's doing something. And I recorded, now understand this, with kids in the background during COVID, doing homeschool. I was recording the lessons for that yoga course with them in the background. Yeah. And negotiating, huddling in between, and then, you know, making sure I got a break and then going off.
How many videos? So for those of you that did not hear, Kylie started an entire brand new business. She had no business before. You hadn't worked before since kids because
never had I done that. And I would never do something scared like that because I did do it scared.
I challenged you.
You did.
I did. I said, Kylie, if I can put together this workshop, you know, and I remember like showing you this little, you know, thing over here and being like, if I can do that in the next 10 days, then you can too. So get out there, go. And you did it. Like you just took it and it was so cool. And so how many students do you have in your course?
Now I've got 10.
10.
Now I've got 10 paying, yeah. So when you told me that, I had only 4, and then I got another 6 since then. And the schools put it out in their bulletin, so we'll see if there's anything that comes through that. But just the fact that I created it, like I was just happy with that, really.
Yeah.
I mean, that I got $1 from it was magnificent, but just to create it. And in the situation that I was in, there was no. So I've been really happy because the teens are really proud of me, actually. And they've been, you know, it was so hard for me to even let them watch the videos that anything really. Do you remember on the first call, I said to you that I couldn't talk to my kids unscripted? Like I had problems with that.
Call?
Very first, it was 4 o'clock in the morning, and I went downstairs, and I don't even know if I put on the camera. I don't think I did. I just did it by audio. And I said, well, you know, I have a problem with this because I can't actually speak to my kids unscripted. And I was actually so serious. But now I can talk to them. I can listen to them. I can see their strengths. I can see their struggles too, but they were watching and helping me edit the videos as well. I wouldn't have done that, no way. So that in itself, just creating them, not even doing the business, nothing like that, just creating them and showing my girls was an amazing thing, and they're really proud of me.
You should be really proud of you. I'm really proud of you.
Yeah, I'm really proud of me.
Good.
But I'm particularly impressed by the pride and between the girls. So I've done it for them. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that I'm following my dream for them as well, to open up the possibilities. And I mean, the little kids just think it's a part of life. Yeah. Oh, Mum wants me to have a go at these postures, and stick it in the video. Okay, then we'll do it. But for the bigger ones, they've seen, what it takes to do that. So
where do people find out about your course?
Usually, yes, through I do it through my homepage, my Facebook page. I just started wherever I was at.
So like just on your page, like on Kylie's page.
Absolutely, yeah.
On your homepage. Okay, on your personal page. So someone could click your name and maybe find out information.
They could. They'd find Kylie Bartolo Casa. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is everywhere, all over the community at the moment.
Yeah. Yes.
Really. So So going back to your original question, that's what I'd say. Just if you've got the funds and you're wondering whether this is for you, and you're wondering how can it be relevant? Well, you can see over the last 7 days that it's relevant to people who are in complete chaos and difficulty, and then someone on the other extreme that actually didn't know. But this opens possibilities for ordinary kids. And the problem is with sensory stuff is it's seen as not something for neurotypical children. But I'm here to tell you that it was for me. The sensory stuff was for me. I didn't know what my strengths and my struggles were and what would help me learn and what would help me do a shopping. I didn't know any of that until I realised we all have sensory needs, and there's always behaviour is communication and your own. Yeah. So thank you, Dana, and thanks to the team.
Inspiring. So amazing. So much love in the comments. Everyone give Kylie love and go check out her course. What's it called again?
Oop, I've frozen.
Oh, what's your course called?
Frozen. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's your course called?
Oh, it's called Phonic Family Yoga.
Okay.
Because I wanted to suggest that it was about language and learning, and it is taking yoga a step further. Further than being about relaxation. But of course, in and of itself, yoga is healthy for mind and body anyway. This is just another layer of goodness where you can learn your ABCs and you can learn your periodic table of elements using yoga. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. So amazing. Thank you, Kylie. Thank you for saving my voice. I definitely heard Jason come downstairs, so I'm hoping he can help me. Maybe we'll get some Jason Wu in here. So thank you so much. So beautiful.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Go shop. Show us a picture of
Thank you. Yes, I will.
Oh my gosh, Kylie. And she's like, so if you're seeing these stories, like, and you're thinking, okay, but is Kylie like a unicorn? Am I actually going to talk to her? And she's there all the time. I mean, she's one of our students, and what I love about her is she trusts the framework so much that she just follows it. I mean, you heard her say, like, I scared her to death and was like, go put this out in the world. And she was like, okay. And she went and did it. And you can do that too. So Loretta asked if I have my wine ready. Pop a champagne bottle. I saw that you were in. So yay, Loretta. I'm so excited to work with you. I don't have any wine ready. I am still just sitting here Jason, are you in the other room? I heard him. I could use another guest. Okay. See if I can find another guest. Krista, yay! Krista just joined 3.0. I love it, Krista. So Jason's going to have to come down and put some names on that board. So got a few more. We've got Courtney and Catherine, Krista, Tamra. I think he's shooting videos for people. Okay. Can someone type the name of the course? So on the screen, it's calmthechaosworkshop.com/yes. So Kayleen can probably put that in there for you. So yay, yay, yay. Oh goodness. Angela. There you go. It is Calm the Chaos Workshop. Oh, the Family Phonics Yoga. Sorry. Yeah, that course. Kylie's course. All right, I'm just looking through the questions. See which ones are the most important. Let's see. All right, so let's see. I want to make sure I haven't missed any of these. Okay. I have 3 boys that we adopted from birth, all drug exposed. Most books focus on one kid. Can this help with so many different needs, all battling each other? So, excuse me. Yes, it can, because what we do is we have a system called DQA. What we do is we help you identify the domino that's going to give you that ripple effect. So once you knock that one domino over, then all the others start to knock down. And so what you learn from that one domino, that one child or one chaos causer, you then can apply in other situations and then learn about that other unique child. I mean, we just heard about Kylie, who has 8 unique kids. They are not the same kids, right? They're all unique. And so it definitely can work with that. As far as working with children that are, adopted and both adopted and drug exposed, both of those things will really play a part in behavior. I mean, 100%. It'll play a part in, the disconnect between you guys. It'll play a part in the behavior you're seeing. It'll play a part in their past trauma and how that then comes through in relationships. So, we don't talk specifically about the struggle you're talking about, but the principles that you work through in the framework, they will help you 100%. There's Jason. My voice needs a break. Are you coming to talk?
It's coming to write names on
I'll write names and you talk.
Okay.
You guys get Jason Wu. My voice needs a break. I can't. I'm starting to not be able to talk. It lasted till 10:30 at night, the last day. I wrote Beth, and you wrote Laura. Beth is Elizabeth. She wanted us to know that.
Margie, Laura,
And then there's some skips between
Heather.
Laura. Yeah, I don't have Heather.
So it's Heather, and then Beth, and then Teresa.
Okay.
So Heather and Teresa.
I don't know. So the document is over here, but they may start asking you questions.
Okay, I'm here. I'm in.
You're here.
Put me in, coach.
Put you in, coach. All right. So you can go here, anywhere here down.
Okay.
And then you can ask them if they want any woo-woos. No.
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 All right. So just getting caught up to speed here. If you guys have any questions,
They're a quiet bunch tonight.
I need a 1-sentence explanation for woo.
Oh, that's great. People do ask all the time, what is woo?
Okay. There is no 1-sentence explanation for what woo is. I mean, that's as simple as it is. Right? So, all right, there is, how do we even start, right?
There's 2 Elizabeths.
There are many principles that I work from, right? And one of them is that the universe is mental, right? And I don't mean that in like the weird colloquial, like, the universe is crazy, it's mental, it's loco. I mean that the power that you can unlock in this world, right? Like we are like super powerful beings with what we can accomplish. That part is like unlocked up here, right? So to me, woo is all about unlocking the mental part of the game, right? And it's that like mind over matter piece. There are some people who say like, oh, it's new agey. There's nothing new age about it. It's not new age at all. Like we're talking about ancient principles from ancient civilizations that got it right. And then somewhere down the path, science decided, hey, we're going to focus on this physical realm of science, right? And we're coming full circle to it. And the stuff that's coming out in like quantum physics and like biology, and it's just phenomenal. The how like all the woo, all the new age is suddenly like, oh, well, that's not Lou, that's not woo, that's not new age. It's like not hokey pokey. It's actual like proven science. Here's the mathematical formula for it. It's like mind blowing stuff. So Jennifer, there is no 1-sentence definition for woo,
Especially from you.
especially from me. Yeah, that's 100% true. All right, so I would like to sign up now, but it looks like special bonus number 2, the Done For You plan by the CTC coaching team, is no longer part of this. I feel a bit lost signing up without this. Is there any way I can still get this? So I know that I answered this question over our little cool like video chat technology, but I'll say it for all you guys who are watching, still on the fence. The Done For You plan is still on the table. We took it away because we were like, okay, like it's done, everything's cool. But we got like 1.5 zillion emails. You can ask Anna. She's like, hey, let's put that back in there. So Dana rallied and was like, hey, can we just, can we do more? And the team was like, I don't know, we might all die. And Dana was like, yeah, but wouldn't it be worth it? So it is still available. If you head over to calmthechaosworkshop.com/livecast, you will see all of the really cool like extra bonuses that we have for you guys who join. That being said, the bonuses are amazing. They add a lot of like cool fuel to the fire. They may add a little bit of a sprinkle here, a sprinkle there, but the bonuses are not why you sign up for this program. Part of me wants there to be no bonuses, right? Like I want you to just focus on Calm the Chaos 3.0. Part of me is like, that's why we're here. That's the life-changing stuff. The bonuses are just extra to kind of like add in and fill in some gaps. And, like we can't possibly teach you everything we know in one program. That's just not feasible. So the bonuses are just kind of like gap fillers, but I don't want you to focus. Like if you missed Panic Button, or if you missed, some amazing bonus that you, oh my gosh, right? Like if you put your focus there, right? So it comes down to, where is your attention at, right? is your attention on the one bonus you didn't get, or is your attention on the amazing Calm the Chaos 3.0 that you have jumped in on, right? And all the amazingness that is about to unfold when you remain 100% committed or 100%, responsible. Now, that is where you asked me to take over for you. I didn't go make faces at you.
I'm not making faces at you.
Yeah, you're trying to put your face in the bubble. I just don't understand. Why don't you go pee or take a walk around the block? I got this. We're good.
Okay. All right. You have a new video ask question if you'd like to answer that. But Kayleen's putting questions in there.
Okay. So my point is, right, where is your attention at? Right? Because that is what you focus on grows, right? We talked about it in the money talk, right? When you're checking your bank account, is your focus on, your lack of funds in your account, or is it your focus on the gratitude for all the amazing dollars you do have in your bank, right? Or whatever currency you have. So, it's just a matter of where your attention is, right? When your kid is melting down, or is your attention on, oh my God, what if the neighbors hear us? This is so embarrassing. Is your attention on, oh my God, why is my kid so frustrating? I'm so mad at him. Is your attention on, man, my kid is really struggling right now. I wonder what's going on underneath the surface. I bet you we can figure this out. Let's ride out the storm and figure it out, right? So we are not victims of our circumstances, right? We are victims of our interpretation of those circumstances. So it's just a matter of, where is my attention at? It's just a choice. So again, that done for you bonus, which is fantastic. I don't know how Dana talked our team into doing it. It's still on the table. So jump on in. Calm the Chaos frame or calmthechaosworkshop.com/livecast. You can get a recap of all the extra bonuses. And you have an opportunity to sign up either at the 12 pay level, 12 installments of $77, 6 installments of $147, or save about 20-ish% and go all in. I know I'm all in for $6.99. Okay, next question. If I try it for the 30 days and I'm not happy, is it truly possible to get your money back? Or is it difficult? I'm paying in full now, so I want to be sure. All right. So maybe I should just do it simultaneously. I think this is a video ask question. Maybe I should just shoot it while we're here. So yes, guys, believe me, I am not the one who has final approval on this refund policy. If it were up to me, we would have a 14-day show your work refund policy, but it is not up to me. It is a 30-day, no questions asked refund policy. We are not mailing anything out to you guys physically because of the craziness that is the post office right now. So it's just going to be hey, this isn't the right program for me. We'll probably ask you a question or two just to make sure this is your final answer. And then we just have a brief survey for you that basically hey, what can we do better? Where did we miss? How did we fail you? Just any natural questions that we would have. So that's the process. It's not complicated. In past times, we would have to ask you to return the materials that we ship out to you. This time that won't be an issue. So yeah, it's, we don't spend your money, it sits in the account to make sure that we're good to go. Because we don't want to get in a situation, where if we have people who don't like the program, and we've had, a handful of refunds in the past, but nothing too crazy. Most of them had nothing to do with us at all. There's one or two that people, hey, I didn't like how this was, this, and this, and they had valid concerns, and we've addressed those. And this is why we're doing 3.0. So If you are on the fence and you're just unsure about that 30-day policy, I just answered a question in Video Ask where the husband was doubtful that the money back guarantee was a money back guarantee. You know, it gets me sometimes. I feel bad for these people who like have these experiences online where they purchase a product and they don't get what they want, and then they ask for a refund. You know, there are very few people who we've had to like kind of put our foot down and say, you know what, like you're outside of the refund period, you know, like by like 6 months, like it's just not going to work. Or like we had very specific, like there are no refunds on this product. It's a live product, but you know, 2 maybe max. But you know, no, not everyone's going to like you, right? That's a thing in life, right? If you go around trying to make sure everyone likes you, it's never going to work out. All right. Let's keep rolling. You guys are a quiet bunch. All right. Kayleen, I see the next question here is old program versus new program. I feel like that's been covered. Should I still do it anyways? Give me a sign. I don't know. There's like a delay, so it's not a very good sign. Okay, I'll give you my take on it while Kayleen responds. So what is the difference between 2.0 and 3.0? In one simple form, 2,000 students, right? We have had an opportunity to road test, you know, the 2.0 program. And we've seen where people, you know, get stuck. We've seen where people make the most success. And we have like rearranged the material. We've improved upon some of it. We've taken some of it out. You know, it's like less but better. And, you know, the new program, it's shaping up to just be awesome sauce. Khalil writes, is there a document that translates what I'm feeling to what thought monster it is? I don't believe that there's like a direct one-to-one. I believe you get the thought monster training and like package and PDF on your on that first like find your focus call, right? That focus forward call. And that should go over kind of like the different emotions. But that's a great one. I like that. Might be something that we can add into the fray, similar to that bonus that we have now with the CTC scripts. It's kind of like which behavior, you know, what are my responses? What do I say, do, and provide to those things? It's almost like, you know, we attach the different emotions to the different thought monsters. I really like that. That's a great idea. Whoever on my team is listening, just put that in the great idea file. All right. So I know Kylie answered a bit about old program versus new program. I just want to give you a little bit of my spin. Okay, and then let me take a second here and read what Jennifer has to say. Okay, cool. So Jennifer says, I was planning on focusing on how my past is affecting my parenting because I see that clearly now and want to change. With that regression we've had the past month, should I just keep focusing on that and getting back to where we were? Okay, so Jennifer, I haven't spent a ton of time in the community as of late, so I don't know what your current struggles are. Like, I feel like I read a couple of posts about your middle kiddo. I think he's like 10 or 11-ish. And he's just really starting to struggle. I believe that was you. If you could tell me a little bit more, that would be fantastic. As far as, you know, your past affecting your current parenting, 100%. right? We have our identity, right, at this very base level of who we are, right? And that identity was formed, from all these stories that we had and all these beliefs that we've built during, very early years, right? Our brains are working on this theta level when we are from about like, a year and a half to about 7 years old. And you build these versions of the world, right? You are like a sponge. You're just always recording what's going on around you, right? The trick to that, right? It's amazing because we can fit in, we can learn new languages, right? Like give a 5-year-old 3 different languages and ask him to learn them simultaneously. He can put them all together. He can intermax. It's phenomenal. Ask like a 50-year-old to learn 3 languages. They'll look at you cross-eyed. It's just this amazing ability that humans have to soak up these at such a young age. The problem is that, we're not necessarily seeing the whole picture as so young, right? So then we bring all these stories with us through our teen years and our young adult and our parenting years, all these stories that are just completely untrue and not serving you, right? And you guys heard Dana talking about all the different stories she told herself while she was gaining weight about if she lost weight, she was going to have like a life traumatic event, right? Because she had like lost weight and then like, she got a divorce and she lost weight and she lost her mom, right? And she's like, if I lose weight again, what's going to happen, right? Your subconscious it brings these amazing, just beautiful stories to life that are absolutely 100% not true. So learning to recognize those patterns, those stories when they come up and say, hey, this story is not serving me anymore. It's just not true. This is the story that is true. And then starting to live your life from that place is a super powerful thing to do. Now, Jennifer, that can be your like long-term goal, right? Set out your new story, write those, make them visual, read them often, right? As humans, we learn through habituation, right? We learn by putting our brains back into, like, we can rewrite our programming, our subconscious, right? You can do that via hypnosis, some like super learning, like Psych-K stuff. But habituation is typically how humans choose to learn and rewrite their story. So keep that in mind. Now, with that is your like long-term zoom out plan to rewrite some of your stories that don't serve you anymore. You still have to focus in the short term, right? And your kiddo is like stuck on Zoom all day. Things are hard because, they maybe have like a physical tick or whatever it is. It's all part of the puzzle. And I got to be honest with you, there isn't a single person on earth, not a teacher, not a parent, not an office worker, not a child, especially not a child, who wants to sit on Zoom all day, right? I will say it is draining. It is exhausting, right? One of our employees said, that her son basically came to her and was like, look, between the boredom of Zoom Room and just like the sheer insanity of it, like I'm losing my mind. I'm just either bored or like highly anxious all the time, right? And it's just, I'm on edge. Our daughter had a massive meltdown this morning. She was just like, it's like Fun Friday on Zoom. And she's just like, this isn't fun. Like, why do I have to stay here? And I was like, well, you can take a break. It's totally fine. Right. And with that meltdown, there was some other stuff. I not thinking, her grandmother or grandfather gave her like a birthday present. And I wasn't thinking, it was in the middle of class, and I just kind of put it on the table, and she opened it up, and it was like a gift certificate to Amazon. And that's what she wanted, right? In the middle of the meltdown, she just was like screaming, and she was like, if you got $50 on Amazon, wouldn't you want to spend it? And we're like, yes, but like, it's right now at school. And at the end of the day, when we spiraled out the incident, me not thinking about the consequences of handing her the birthday card from her grandfather caused the entire spiral. Now, underneath the surface was like, you know, the Zoom like nightmare, right, that we're all living. Right? I'm not going to pretend that it's like fun and games and everything is kosher, right? That's not how it is. So Jen, you know, in that context, right? Yeah, you are 100% going to have to devote your resources to helping your child succeed, right? And coming up with a plan together to get through it. That doesn't mean you need to lose sight of you. That doesn't mean you need to lose sight of your goals, right? It just means that we need to reprioritize a little bit, and it might look a little differently than it started. Now, I said something the other day, I don't know what it was, but, or where it was rather, but essentially like I've got a list of like visual affirmations that I do that 2 years ago, I remember printing it out, and Dana says to me, well, these aren't true. You don't do these things, you know, XYZ. I was like, no, this is where I'm going. This is what I want to be true in my life. You know, and it's some of them are like, you know, my thoughts create my reality. Some of them are like, the less I do, the more I make, right? And that's the less I do, right? It's more about like letting go of control and having my amazing team do work. And some of them are monetary goals. Some of them are ways of being, right? Being at peace, which is my like actual goal. I spend like 80% of my resources trying to achieve inner peace. And I realized the other day that almost all of them have come true, right? And that's just me reading them, focusing on them, putting my will and my intent, my intention on those things at all times, moving my attention back to them when I stray from those. And there's some powerful stuff on that list. So just keep that in mind. Like you may have some short-term stuff, but when you zoom out, make sure you're still focused on you and your happiness, right? Because you can't pour from an empty cup. Be open to new information and new resources, and then just keep kind of going from there. I see Jennifer says that makes perfect sense. Awesome. Okay, and then I don't have a name on this one, but it says, what if I'm not able to keep up with all the work and assignments that are part of the program? Okay, cool. So, number one, you will have access to your version of the course, the program, you know, the recordings from the coaching calls for lifetime, quote unquote. My lifetime, your lifetime, I don't know. The lifetime of like, you know, the platform, whatever. If for some reason we decide to move to a different platform and we're like, you know what, this is the old version, go download your version here and we'll give you a link and you can have it, right? But we're not just going to take it away and like doesn't exist. So that being said, we go through the program, right? And it's a module a week, I believe, with some like work time. There's like some break time built into it. And it goes quick, it goes fast, right? And you have to have some, you know, a fair amount of dedication to like keep up with us and stay in tune and on time or whatever. There are probably, I would say 10 to 20% of the students who like watch everything, do everything, you know, right then, right? There's like, then there's going to be another like 20 to 40% who are like just a little behind, right? And then there's another like 10, 20 to 40% that are like doing it at their own pace, right? And like we call those like the CTC turtles, right? And then there's going to be 10 to 20% of you that just don't do anything, right? And like never use it, never log in, never do anything. It seems like there are some people who are like, oh my God, what are you talking about? They never log in, right? It's just sort of like a fact of life. So it comes down to this, right? The more resources you can throw at something, the faster it will go, right? So if you go all in and you watch all the 10 and 10s and all the coaching calls and all the reviews and all the lessons, right? You're going to fully immerse yourself in the CTC world. You will see quicker progress than those people who are dedicating 1 hour a day to it or 10 minutes a day to it or whatever, right? It's just the more you put into it, the more you're going to get out of it. All right. So going a little further, the contents of this program, the coaching, the mindset shifts, all the things that we're going to kind of roll out here, they can change your life, right? They can change your life. Some people, like, it's instant, right? They were just waiting for that person to say, just shift your perspective, right? And it's going to be immediate. There are some people it's going to take the 90 days to get that shift. There's some people, we have had interviews, for the last couple of days where there are mamas who have been with us, whether, through alumni or through Next Step, who, they're like, it took me 2 years to like really fully get it. And now I've fully gotten it. At the end of the day, if you said 1 year from now, I'm going to be an entirely new human, and, XYZ problems that I have, XYZ struggles that I have, they're still going to be here every once in a while, but like, I'm not going to remember the last time they happened. Whether that's 90 days, 180 days, 360 days, wouldn't it be worth it? Right? It's not about a race to the finish line. There is no finish line, right? Like everyone, like you're like doing a graph, right? And you're like up and to the right. Like I want these results up and to the right. There is no up and to the right. Like this doesn't exist, right? The magic is all in here, right? This process, this progress, like this is what life is. This journey, all these lessons that we get to be here. That's where the magic is, right? There, up and to the right doesn't exist. Like that's what we call the gap monster, right? All these people over there, they're doing this. This is what I want to do. I can't wait till my family does that, right? But that family up here, they're over here looking up and to the right to the next family. I can't wait till I get to do that. The key is bringing it back in. Stop focusing on up and to the right. Focus on now. Accept where you are now. Come to peace with where you are now. And that's where the magic happens. So, whether you keep up with the work depends on your definition, right? If your goal is to finish the course, the program, all the materials in 90 days, go for it. Make a plan, make it happen. If your goal is to finish in the next 6 months, go for it, make it happen. If your goal is to get one nugget from this entire course and make it worth everything, go for it, right? I was telling someone earlier, I bought a course by James Wedmore, right? And this is like a like business by design, fantastic course from everything I've seen from it. We bought it. It was like $4,000, similar, like, over the next, so calls, you'll get 12 calls, blah, blah, blah. It was like $4,000, something like that. And we did one module, right? There was, I think, 10 modules total and all these bonuses and all this stuff. We literally did one module, and it made a huge difference in where we were at the time. I've gone back since and like done little sprinkles here and there, and we'll pull stuff from him. But one module, $4,000, it has made like night and day difference in how we run our business. And it was worth every penny. So it's not about doing everything. It's about finding the things that work for you, getting those nuggets, staying in the content, right? Surrounding yourself with the people who are on the same journey as you are. That to me is where it's at, right? Hanging out with the people who have been where you want to go, learning from them, like sharing your story so they can learn from you. That to me is where the magic's at, where the gold is at in this equation. Yeah, and I don't have the Facebook chat open here, but it looks like someone said, one of our Focus Forward partners said that like CTC looks different for everyone. You know, it is a framework that allows you to make an out-of-the-box solution for you and your unique family, right? I don't know your family. You do, right? You've got intuition. You've got gut feelings. You know what's up. We're going to give you the tools and the philosophy of, hey, this is how we would approach this, right? But you're the one in the trenches with your kiddos, right? You're going to find what works. And then you're like, oh man, this works. And here's why it works, right? And you're going to understand what's happening in the context of that UQ framework, right? And you're going to like, oh man, if I do a little bit of me, that gives me a lot of time to connect. Now I'm connecting, I really understand where they're going from. Oh man, and then watch this, right? All gas, we're going to empower those kiddos, right? And then suddenly, now that they're empowered and they can make these choices and they can have these situations and they're learning these skills, now all of a sudden, like my U's going up, right? And then now that my U's going up, I can go connect even more. And now I can even understand more. Now I'm empowering more, right? And then it just becomes this flywheel. And now the momentum's going. And, you know, like you said, Dana said earlier, like this is, I think the first round, maybe a little bit last one of like full circle from, you know, mamas who were surviving the storm all the way to conquering and thriving. You know, it's super powerful. It's so fun to watch. All right. Next question. Oh, this one. Yeah. So one vending machine at a time. I didn't believe you. So we had a question earlier that was something to the tune of, we have multiple kiddos, you know, who are interacting with each other. All of the books out there just say one kid at a time. And, you know, how do we, you know, how do we reconcile those books in your program? And I had such a short time to answer, like what this video asks you to have like a little timer that's like counting down. My response on the call was basically like, look, this is a family team approach, right? It's like learning chemistry. You know, you spend like a year or two learning chemistry, and you're like, okay, I've got all the equations and I know how these things interact and I've got the formulas and, you know, everything's great. And then you get to organic chemistry and they're like, so about all that chemistry, none of it actually works. That stuff's all in a vacuum, right? So all these formulas, all these equations, they only work in like no interaction with any materials at all. And you're like, what? I just spent 2 years learning all this stuff. Why didn't you tell me then that it was all going to be a farce? You know, it was all a sham. They're like, well, you need to learn the theory, right? So when it comes to family dynamics, right, learning one kid at a time, like you have to learn how people interact, right? Just like in organic chemistry, you learn how all these molecules interact, and they interact in different temperatures and different, you know, states of being or whatever. Like your kiddos are going to react to each other differently when you're alone with them, when they're by themselves, when there's 2 siblings, when there's 3 siblings, you know. And through the program, you can really start to unlock all the different preferences, right? You can make that family success plan for all of the different kiddos. And then once you start to empower everyone in the family with each individual information for each of you, that's when the magic starts to happen. Because then, you know, like what we have in our house is like, oh, the dog's barking and someone's like doing the blender, and like, oh, look at Papa, like he's like in the corner like this. Oh man, sensory nightmare, right? And then my daughter will come and she'll bring me my earmuffs or my earplugs, And I'm like, oh yeah, thanks. And then I put them in, then I'm cool, right? During the meltdown, Dana came and brought me my earplugs because like Flora was screaming and she was upset and she was sad and she was tired and excited, all those things. So, it's just there. You have to get the dynamics of everything going. Now, that being said, you will see the most success if you tackle one problem at a time, right? We've got a system for that, right? We're going to have you pick the most appropriate behavior to start first, right? We've got the DQA that's going to help you choose. And what we'll see happen is most people are like, well, I've got this and I've got that and I've got this, and how do I pick? And what we find and what we see happens is when you address one point, and I teach a story about, when you build one vending machine in the program at a time, right? You've got 8 vending machines that you bought and you got to build them and put them out in the world, right? If you build them like base, middle, coin, it'll take you, 6 months to build it. But you won't have any vending machines in circulation. You're not going to see any return on that investment until the 6 months when they're all built, right? But if you focus and build one vending machine at a time, right? Like bottom, middle, coin, top, right? You're going to put that out into the world and you're going to start getting some return on investment, right? And then you build the second one. Now you've got 2 vending machines working. And then the third one, boom, now you're getting faster at building them because you know what it's like to build it from top to bottom. By the time you get to your 8th one, you've got 7 working vending machines, all return on investment. And then you build your 8th one. It takes you half the time it took you to build the first one because you knew every screw and every bolt and every position, right? When you apply that to your family life, right? The same rings true. When you take care of a behavior, when you empower your kiddo, you give them the new skills that they need to survive, you teach them like how to handle those situations. Once those are not happening, it gives you the freedom to move on to the next one. And when you have the freedom to move on the next one, you're like, oh man, I learned a ton right then. Getting to the root of the problem and solving things. I've learned a ton. And then you apply that learning to the second problem, right? And then you spend some time digging and assessing and reassessing and making solutions and retweaking. And by the time you get to that 8th problem, it's like clockwork, right? And then when they pop up, you see it before it's happening. All the while, the return on dividends, the amount of room, the amount of growth that you and your family are going through on those first 7 problems is just, there's no comparison. Next question. I watched the PJ party and the Sunday night, but I haven't done the work yet. Am I already behind for starting the 90 days? There is no behind. This is your journey, right? There is no behind, right? We just talked about like how everyone thinks up and to the right. Well, if I do the homework, I'm going to be there. There's these people over there, up to the right. They're doing the homework. I'm not. There is no up and to the right. So you are where you are, whether that is, I did the PJ party, I did the webinar. So no, you're absolutely not behind for the 90 days. The 7-day Celeste Chaos is just a series that we, designed to kind of like jumpstart your progress, right? There were 23,000 people or whatever in that challenge. Not everyone's jumping in, right? Like, I mean, it would be crazy if 23,000 people did. It was 100%. But, we have empowered a ton of people. We saw so many massive results, so many massive changes inside of the the group that we call Reach and Impact, out of the box parenting for you guys, it's amazing, right? But I will say this, as of this morning, all these names, roughly 25% of you never did anything with the 7 Days to Chaos. They don't even know what 7 Days to Chaos is, right? 25% of you. Which is amazing, right? They either came in through Facebook ads or they were maybe on our email list already. But has nothing to do with the 7 Days to Less Chaos. That's just a way we introduce you guys, indoctrinate you guys into our world. And as Khalil points out, there's a whole video on butts. As you're talking about that, there really is. This was Dana's peach butt that she had on camera for a while. I'm really tempted to eat this. And what she means by the butts is just, there are people out there who, when a problem arises in their world, they either see the problems, right? There's a situation and some of us see the problems, right? Some of us see solutions, right? And it takes both types in the world. There's not like good or bad. It's not a judgment. It's just, this is how you see the world, right? So when you're presented with an opportunity, it's kind of like, well, this sounds great, but, oh yeah, that works for them, but it won't work for me. So many variations on that. And at the end of the day, it just comes down to fear, right? I see that the program works. I saw that it worked for those mamas. They're amazing, man. It's not going to work for me. But it's not going to work for me. I'm not good enough. And honestly, that's a big piece, right? Learning to accept yourself for where you are in your journey now is huge. Learning to love yourself, learning to treat yourself just like you would treat your best friend, right? Maybe you treat your spouse, your partner, with that intense love. Learning to love yourself is just the key to unlocking so much in life, right? Learning to take all that head trash, crumple it up on a paper, send it down the river, right? That's going to get you far in life. What's crazy is 70% of what's happening up here, right? 70% of your brain, like subconscious programming, is negative, right? Your brain is wired to focus on the negative things because if I can avoid all these negative things, I'm going to keep staying alive. The downside of that is, we have all these things in our brain, our biology, that are telling us, no, don't do this. No, don't do that. No, don't do this. Right. And then we start to think, oh man, I'm always doing the wrong thing. It must be my fault. Right. So learning all about that biology and learning to like hack your way out of it, like biohack your way out of it, it's kind of like half the battle. Right. And that's why I say that, that's why I say the universe is mental, right? Because if you can start to unlock, oh my gosh, my biology is wired this way. And so it's like, I'm setting myself up to fail, but even before I start, that's not fair. Boom, 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 right? I'm going to start doing X, Y, Z to get me on the other side of that, right? And now I'm going to focus on my wins. I'm going to start celebrating the small things, right? Brandy's saying we shouldn't downplay ourselves by saying I worked really hard to do ABC, but blah, 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 right? So yeah, it's just celebrating the wins. Hey, this is where I'm at. This is what I did. Man, this is awesome. Right? Maybe I'm not there yet, but I'm going to be. Maybe you can borrow someone else's success. Man, I'm not there yet, but I know, You know, I'm just like Kayleen. I'm just like Tamara. I'm just like Natasha, right? I'm in the same situation. She can do it. I can do it. I know I can. I'm not there yet, and that's okay. I'm going to get there. Whether it takes me 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 years, I will be where she's at, right? That is powerful. Most of the time, it's the opposite. Like, well, I'll never get there. She's special. She does all these amazing things, or she did XYZ. You know, there's so many things that your brain just tells you. Well, if I had the money, if I had, you know, if I had the time, if I had, you know, one less kid, whatever. We have so many ways of justifying it instead of just celebrating where we are, accepting where we are, and then moving on from there. You know, and that reminds me, and you know, I tell you guys all the time, right? It's hard to work on camera. You're like opposite. So be, do, have, right? So when you're being the person who gets the results that you look after, you do the things that the person that you want to become does, you will have everything that comes along with that. It's no problem. But what happens is we work from the opposite, like flawed model, right? We're like, well, when I have the time, I'm going to do the things and then I'm going to be happy, right? When I have the money, I'm going to do, you know, I'm going to buy the things and then I'm going to be happy. And that is a flawed model of reality. You will never have the time. You will never have the money. You will never have the things in your life, you know, until you become the person who has them. You know, the person that got you to where you are right now in this point in life is not the same person that's going to get you where you want to be next. Right? You have to do different things. You have to think different things. You have to surround yourself with different people if you want the results to be different, right? I've gotten here with this equation, but this is not where I want to be. This is great, but I want to be over here. Okay, cool. Well, what are the people over here doing that are, you know, successful? What are they doing? What are they seeing? What are their characteristics of being, right? Everyone always hates on me, you know, for saying stuff like, if you are unhealthy and you want to go be healthy and like lose weight and you know, be fit, like, I don't think going to Weight Watchers is the best way for you to do that, right? Because you're going and you're surrounding yourself with other people who are struggling, right? I would much rather choose to go to a like CrossFit gym or some kind of like situation in which everyone around me is like ripped and buff and they eat well, right? And they live a lifestyle where they focus on their health and make right. I am like, oh my gosh, I'm surrounding myself with 5 to 10 people who are where I want to be, right? That's where you're going to start to see massive transformation. And like, don't get me wrong, like there are some results through programs like Weight Watchers, but it's few and far between, right? It's the 20% who get the results, not the 80%, right? And that's how Weight Watchers like makes their money, right? And you stay in the program forever. But when you surround yourself with the people who are being the type of person that you would like to be, they're doing the things that you would like to do, right? That's when you start to have that lifestyle. And it falls right in line for you, right? You are the result of the 5 people you hang around with the most, right? So be careful who those 5 people are. Yeah. Yeah. Brandy, I don't know if you like said that before I said it or with the delay. I don't, maybe we're just like locked in together. But yeah, we are the product of the 5 people who spend the most time with. Yeah, that's a writer downer. So who are you spending the most time with? Right? And that's why we're seeing people in Calm the Chaos have such massive results, because they are surrounding themselves with people who have come before them, right? They're standing on the shoulders of the giants who've come before them, and they are seeing the massive results in their life, right? Yeah. Jennifer says, the biggest personal change and growth I've seen has been under Jason's guidance. He's taught me that the truth is the hardest to hear is what I really need to hear. Yeah, man. If you want to, like, if you really want to hear the heart of things, you know, you can ask people, hey man, what do you know about me that I don't know about me, but I need to know about me? And you got to be prepared to hear that answer, because man, if you're not ready to hear the answer, your life is going to be like, right? It's a doozy. And you know, the thing is, like, I don't see a point in sugarcoating it. I don't see a point in dancing around, right? I am here to get you massive results in your life. Whether that means that I'm going to be blunt with you, whether that means that I don't know. You know, Dana always jokes, like, if Jason doesn't make you angry, you're not getting your money's worth, right? But it's true, right? Like, I am going to tell you, hey, this is what I'm seeing. Is this what you're seeing? Is this what your intention is? Is this what you're wanting? Right? Because I see things that other people don't see. Right? I will ask you to the point questions that are going to shift your world. Right? I study a lot. Right? I read a lot. I'm in, like, you know, world class, universe class, you know, galaxy class coaching programs, personal growth programs. This is what my life is, right? I get the most out of helping everyone else grow and change. You know, so I love when Jennifer Beanie says, hey man, the biggest growth I've seen is from some of the stuff that comes out of Jason's mouth, right? Dana and I and Kayleen, like, we wrote this program, right? We baked in a lot of these principles, and in the last 2-3 years, we've grown as humans, we've grown as leaders, we've grown as coaches, and we're baking that into 3.0. Yeah, Evelyn, I can't believe that Brandy said the exact same thing, that, like, she typed it in as I was typing. Like, it's crazy. Like, with the delay, she had to have timed it perfectly. It's amazing. Yeah. Khalil, I'm tired, yet I love the Jason Wu. INTJs for sure. Yeah, if there is any doubt that I am INTJ, you know, have no fear. The good news is that there are like 1.6% of us, population-wise, on Earth who are INTJs. It is the rarest type. I joke that I am an emotional robot. I definitely have emotions. I definitely have empathy, but it's just not my strong suit by far. I have to watch. I have to watch that line for sure. It's like one of my weaknesses, because I will tell you how it is. But I do it from like an absolute place of love. It's not like, ha ha ha, I pointed out this giant flaw. It's more like, hey, I think you really have an opportunity for growth. You know, I would love to see you grow into this person. I think you would too. Are you ready to hear what I have to say? Right. And if I'm going to like do a zinger, I will ask you if you're ready. You can say no. Totally respect it. Right. And the deal is, right, like, this is not from a place of judgment. This is like 100% love, like an understanding, because a lot of these lessons I've had to learn for myself. Right. A lot of them I have been guilty of doing, or whatever, you know, however you want to say it, like, not like guilty, but just I've done them, I experienced them. That's why I'm here. Okay, cool. So next question here. We get this one a lot. I attended the challenge. I loved the learnings and the framework, but my situation isn't as bad as what seems like most people in the program. You know, we're not having the hour-long meltdowns, but you know, I do kind of feel like I need a parenting plan, right? Before I take the leap, you know, am I going to get the most out of the program? Like if my kid's not, you know, that bad? And you know, I got this question earlier too. I was in the help desk area for a while, and the thing of it is, it's just like that up and to the right, right? Except for like instead of up and to the right, it's like down and to the left. Well, I'm not that bad, so like you know, guys, here's the thing. Nobody tells you how to be a parent, right? Like you don't get the instruction manual like when the kid comes out, right? Just flashing before my eyes, I had this like animation of like Boss Baby, right? And like the baby comes out and it like slaps you on the butt, and then like you get the manual like that. Just, but there is no manual, right? There's no parenting manual. I say this to my kids, like nobody teaches you how to shower. You know, you're just like, you've seen the concept of showering, just go do it, right? And like that works for some people. But I remember like as a kid, like I would like wet up the soap and like put on the stuff and then like get in the shower because that was the most efficient way. Like while the water was warming up, I was putting on the soap, right? And then one time my dad walked in and was like, dude, what are you doing? I was like, what do you mean? I'm like efficiently showering. He was like, no, dude, like you got to get in the water, you got to get wet, then you lather up, and like that's how you get clean. And I was like, oh, like that solves a lot of problems. Like it's slower, but like in the end, like I'm cleaner. That's cool, right? Now, I'm not saying that everyone does that, right? I'm definitely probably in the minority, but it's the same principle, right? Nobody shows you how to become a good parent. Like nobody is there giving you the primer on it. So we have this like belief system, right? And like I said earlier, right, we record everything that happens from the ages of like 2 to 7, 18 months to 7. And that becomes our playbook for the rest of your life, right? 95% of your day is on autopilot, right? Because 95% of our day we're spent focusing on what we're doing. We're driving, we're doing this, we're thinking, we're got problems, some calls, right? 95% of your day is autopilot. Your subconscious is running it, right? And like I said, from the ages of 2 to 7 is when you're recording, right? So you're parenting the way that you were parented when you were 2 to 7 years old, right? The lights were on, but nobody was home, right? You can't say like, oh, this had nothing to do with me. Don't take it personally. Right? You just recorded it, right? And then now your parenting is the result of that, right? You're parenting the way that you were parented. And why are you doing that? Well, your parents were parented the way they were parented, right? And you start to unwind that. And then suddenly you're like, oh, so in, 1850 during the, industrial part of the revolution, we were taught to do this and then children and blah, blah. Right. And then you're like, oh my gosh, I'm operating off of this thing that happened 150 years ago. Right. It's time for change. Right. We know more about parenting now. We know more about child psychology now. Right. I learned something the other day about the size of a spaceship that takes you to space. Right. That NASA goes off in. The spaceship is that size because that is the size that could max support a train trip across the country. So right now we are operating on a rocket ship, right? Like space technology based on a limitation from 200 years ago, right? And there's lots of instances this in the world. But I remember the one with the rocket ship and the railroad with. And it's mind-boggling. We're traveling to space based on the dimensions of a railroad train technology that's 200 years old at this point. You know, if not older. It's mind-boggling. So the same rings true for parenting. Most of us are operating on a parenting model that is several hundred years old, and we're just doing it because the generation before us did it this way, right? So this is your chance to kind of like break the pattern. Brandy says, can you fix your child's recording after 7? Yeah, absolutely. Like children are mega resilient, right? Your brain is so effing powerful. It's amazing. Brandy, like I use self-hypnosis for reprogramming some of my subconscious beliefs. Habituation is another way, right? Just forming new habits, right? Reconnecting those neurons in different ways. And then there are also some proven, what I would liken to the Matrix, right? You just plug in. There are some super learning techniques as well. 100% your subconscious can be reprogrammed. It's just a matter of realizing that you're running a program for 95% of your day. Think about it. How many of you had the experience where you're driving down the road and 10, 15 minutes later, you're like, oh, I'm here. I don't remember driving here at all. How did I get here? Right? The truth is you didn't drive, your subconscious drove you here, right? Because you do it every day, or you drive enough that it's just, you can think about other things, right? Your subconscious drives. And then when something happens and a car turns out, then you're like, focus. Yeah, Michelle, I hate those moments driving also. So the thing is, right, it's not just driving, it's like 95% of your life. So the trick is becoming aware of it, realizing it, and then once you realize it, you're like, whoa, so what really is driving me? Yeah, and Khalil, I had the same fear pop up. Of course it's the natural question of like, whoa. You're telling me that from 2 to 7, like my kid's on record. Well, he's 10. What do I do? Right? Look, there's plenty of time, right? You just plenty of time. Stories can change, habits change, people change. So to go back to the question, I don't remember how we got here, but when we focus our attention on like, well, I'm not that bad, I shouldn't be here, right? Like nobody teaches you how to parent. You're just operating off this model that's been handed down for generations. It is okay to learn a skill, right? If you were learning how to knit, you'd buy a book, right? How to knit. You'd buy a video. You'd figure it out. That's totally cool. You want to learn how to rollerblade? Cool. Learn it out. You want to learn how to throw a fastball 90 miles per hour? Get a coach, right? All these things are encouraged, right? You want to learn how to hit a tennis ball so that it's in the lines, you go get a coach. But as soon as you're like, man, I want to become a better parent, everyone's like, whoa, hold on, hold the phone. And it's like, as society, we're like, nothing's more important than raising our kids. Well, okay, I'm going to get this course where these people are talking about these amazing things and they've got this framework. Oh, no, you don't need that. Just, you should know how to do it. Like, whoa, who told? There's no primer. There's no book. Yeah, it's some sort of taboo. Exactly. It doesn't make sense, right? Society is weird, man. We don't want to talk about parenting. We don't want to talk about struggles. Like, oh my God, you're a parent and you're struggling. Like, oh, don't tell anyone about it, right? We don't want to talk about finance. We don't want to talk about sex. Like, what? These are important things in life. It is okay to be a sexual being. It's okay to have finance, whether it's troubles or success, whatever it is, it's cool. Let's talk about it. It's important, right? Parenting is important, right? Everyone, for the most part, I won't say everyone, most people want their kids to be more successful than they are. Let's figure out how to do that, right? Let's come together as a community and learn how to do that. So, the end of this question is like, before taking the leap, I just want to make sure that we be getting enough out of the program. If our kid isn't that bad off. Yeah, there's more paperwork involved in getting a driver's license than raising a child. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. And that's, that's something, right? I along that lines, funny story. Has anyone ever tried to get a PO box from the government, like the post office? The paperwork required for a PO box, like we bought our house, it's like a nice house in a suburb of Chicago, and good night, Khalil. It's a decent amount of money. Like the paperwork required for the PO box was like way more, like tenfold more what it was for me to buy the house and for the bank to give me like hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's like mind-boggling. So bottom line, don't get a PO box from the United States Postal Service. That's the extent of my woo for tonight. So, for the person who's thinking this, like, well, my kid's not that bad. Like, what if I get it out of there? Will I get enough out of the program? My kid's not that bad. What if you become a better you, a more connected to yourself you? What if you learn how to connect with your child in ways you never thought possible, right? Small moments, big moments, small wins, big wins. What if you start to learn what is underneath the surface of your kiddos, what makes them tick, right? What if you learn how to empower your child, your spouse, yourself to excel to levels of personal growth that they never thought was possible? Would that be worth it? Right? It's a no-brainer for me. But I've seen the results. I've lived the results. It's powerful stuff. Right? So a bit of the gap monster, like almost like reverse gap monster. We're like, my kid's not that bad. We all have room to grow. Right? When we make space, we make room, we have more space for expansion. Yeah. Yeah, and there's a lot to gain from doing CTC for sure. It's not for everyone, but if you guys want to take the leap, calmthechaosworkshop.com/yes. Yeah, it's there for you. Doors are closing probably about like 2.5 hours here. But yeah, we'd love to have you hang out with us for the next couple months. Love to be part of your growth journey. It's definitely why I was put here on this earth, to help you guys. I'm going to go ahead and answer this one next, because I think it actually might be relevant to some of our audience here. I am in Australia and won't be able to do the course live. Will this still work? Can I take it as my own pace? And does it expire? Yeah, so we have a ton of people who are in Australia, New Zealand, sprinkled in the UK, South Africa, you know, a ton in Europe. So we have people all across the world. It's not just, you know, North America, South America, Canada. And there are some times where they choose to, like, you know, wake up at 4 a.m. or stay up till 1 or whatever the case may be. But it's not all the time. Most of them say, you know, the recording is just as good for me. I'm going to watch the recording. I would say the one tool that's probably going to set them up for success is to say, like, okay, if the call is here, it takes them a couple hours to process. Like, I'm going to make time for me to do this call from 4 till, you know, 5:30 the next day, or whatever the timing works out. And I'm just going to be a little, you know, behind everyone. But what gets written down, what gets put in your calendar gets done, right? So if you just say, oh, I'm going to get to it, right, that's never going to happen. Like, oh, when I find the time, I'll watch the lessons, right? Now, they have to be a priority, right? You have to put your focus, you have to put the ducks in a row to make that work for you. So will it be as easy as a person who lives in Central Time Zone and all the times line up and their kids aren't, you know, at home, they're at school or whatever? It might be a little bit harder. Just like if you have, you know, a non-speaking child or a non-verbal child, you know, however you choose to phrase that, will the CTC framework work for you? It can. It might be a little bit harder. You might have to learn a couple of nuances, you know, but is it possible? 100%. So it's just kind of, you know, whatever dedication you are at, whatever level of responsibility you're at, that's how much you can grow. Can you take it at your own pace? Absolutely. We know we have our CTC turtles who love to do things at their own pace, and it's amazing, right? These guys, it's like the hare and the tortoise, right? Everyone wants to be the hare. Everyone wants to Amazon Prime parenting, right? 2 days and we got it solved, right? That's not how life works. It is these guys that are slow and steady, right? The name of the game is to stay in the game until you win the game, right? Because if you give up, there's no rewards. If you say this isn't worth it, there's no rewards. But when you stay in the game, right? You stay in the game, you will win the game, right? Your success is inevitable. Your child's success is inevitable, right? When you work from that place of my success is inevitable, magic starts to happen. So yes, you can be successful when you take it at your own pace, because your success is different than my success, is different from Evelyn's, is different from Brandy's, is different from Khalil's, right? It's different from Kylie's, but your success is inevitable. And when we stop comparing ourselves to other people and other people's journeys, that is when we start to really understand and start to grow, right? That is where the magic happens. Yeah. Does the course expire? Nope. You will have access to your version of the course for life. If we shut down the doors, you will get a recording, a zip file, whatever. Maybe like a Betamax recording of Dana. Love Betamax. All right. Do you have a refund policy? Yes. Absolutely. 100%. It is 30 days, no questions asked. We do ask questions. It's just like where did we go wrong? How can we do things better? It's more about us learning and growing to be better people, right? We use that UQ framework, but it's not complicated. It's probably 10 minutes of your time, and then easy peasy. Okay, cool. A couple more questions from the doc here. And then for you guys who are watching live, I'd love whatever you want to talk about. CTC, not CTC, whatever. I'm an open book. This is your time with me right now. I don't know what Dana's doing. She's upstairs. I can hear her like cackling every now and again. She was supposed to be taking a break, but I hear her talking. All right. I'm thinking of joining the program. I'm wondering about the coaching calls. How many people participate in these? Is there any way to get private coaching sessions as well? So the coaching calls are group sessions. Dana or one of the coaches will be leading them. Sometimes we tag team. This round most likely will be Kayleen and Dana for a lot of them. Last round was not a lot of Dana. And honestly, guys, the coaches that we have, when it depends on the topic, they're even better than Dana is. So, you're not just buying Dana, right? You're buying a framework. You're buying like a whole set of amazing mamas, amazing professionals who are like hella good coaches, and they will get you to the next level. That's really cool. So it's a group setting. And I believe we're having you submit questions ahead of time. Don't quote me on that. And we try to mix it up, and we make sure that not everyone has their same question every time. In addition to the coaching calls, we also have something that's called a 10 and 10, where it's 10 of your questions, 10 of our answers, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And Dana and the coaches will be going live. This round is probably going to be more the coaches than Dana, because she's going to be teaching on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So there is tons of opportunity there. How many Monday, Wednesdays, and Friday are there in the next 90 days? Right? We've got, what is that? 12 weeks times 3, 36. We have 360 questions, right, to go through. And to be honest, a lot of you have the same exact questions. So it's more than enough for sure. And then combined with all the coaching time, you guys should be good to go. Is there any way to get private coaching lessons? The rate for private coaching with Dana is somewhere in the ballpark of about 10 grand for private coaching. And most people, that's not an option for. Almost as good as we have the Focus Forward Partner Program. That will be a very small group. We don't have the exact ratio yet because it depends on how many people are in the program. But we're shooting for a very small group. So right now they're a little over, I'm on with you, so I don't have the newest numbers, but there's over 500 people total in the program right now. So this would be an opportunity to be in a small group with maybe like 10, 15 people. So much smaller, much more accountability, much more hand-holding. On the other side of your decision of Calm the Chaos is whether or not you would like to also do that Focus Forward accountability program. Jennifer says, I'm highly affected by the tiniest bit of criticism. I know you aren't affected by that at all. Are you naturally this way, or did you develop that skill? That's an interesting question. Or it's interesting to me. I don't know if that should be. Okay, so Jennifer is 100% correct. I am impervious to negative feedback. Because here's the thing. I am not who you say I am. You are who you say I am. Right? So what in the heck what did you just say? I am not who you say I am, who you think I am. You are who you think I am, who you say I am. Right? So Jennifer, if I say something to you and you get offended by it, you getting offended by it, you getting triggered by it is being filtered through your lens of identity, beliefs, stories, environment, behavior, right? That is your lens of who you are who chooses to get offended, who chooses to love the things I say, or man, he's a smart dude, he knows what he's talking about, right? But it has very little to do with me. Now, I do have responsibility in the equation. And if Jennifer and I are friends and I want to maintain friends, I don't want to just be mean to her or rude to her or whatever and say, well, it's not my responsibility if you get mad. I do have responsibility in that equation. But I cannot be responsible for what Jennifer thinks of me, good or bad. Right? It's completely neutral to me. So because of that, right? So if you have negative feedback, you're like, oh man, Dana was having so much fun and she was riding on the board and she was doing peach butts. And now this guy is like, woo woo. I don't care. Right? That's not my jam. That's your jam. You have choice. You can go wherever you want. Right? Like, I own this company. I don't know, whatever you want to say. But okay, so that's kind of how I approach things, Jennifer. So it's a bit of both. I obviously have a natural tendency to be super impervious to negative feedback. My brother is the exact same way. So we talk about the recording from 2 to 7. I don't know what my parents did, whatever secret sauce that they had, but the both of us are blessed in that area of, we don't really take a lot of fluff. We have great self-esteem. We're able to, achieve a lot of success in our lives, which is really, really cool. So it's a bit of natural, bit of nurture, and then the top 10% of the equation is definitely learned. Okay, cool. Let's put it in this context. I'm a naturally good baseball player, right? I grew up, I was 3-4 years old. I was pitching, in little tiny baseball tournaments or whatever. I won all the home run competitions. As I grew up, I stayed on top of the game. I did the travel ball, back when travel ball was oh, this is where the good players are. Now it's a little different. But when I was about 13, 14, I was man, natural talent is amazing. And I could hot dog and catch the ball between my legs and eyes closed and throw a strike over a penny. It was, it was fun. But it wasn't until I learned the mental aspect of what I was doing of man, if I do this over and over and over, natural talent plus habituation, game over, right? And then you become a machine. And then it's just the ground ball, you put your hand and you do the thing and you never drop a ball. Whereas when you're hot dogging it and you're just kind of, right, there's room for error. But when you are a machine, when you do the things, when you make those habits, when you stay in the content, it's the same message over and over, whether it's parenting or baseball or self-esteem, right? The habituation, the mindset, the strategy, that is where you're going to see the biggest gains, right? So that last 10% has completely taken my natural ability to do these things to new levels, because now I understand why I'm doing the things that I do. So just remember, when people say stuff to you, don't take it personally. It's more about them than it is about you, right? And then on the flip side of that coin, okay, I take what you're saying. Where am I responsible in that reaction? Okay, cool. This was my intention. Let me make sure that they understand that this was my intention, and then go from there. Yeah, and then Brandy typed that whole out. I'm not who I think I am. I'm not who you think I am. I am who I think I am. Yeah, how much wood could a woodchuck chuck, right? I have no idea. Woodchuck could chuck no amount of wood, since a woodchuck does not chuck wood. Go on for hours. Okay, next question. Thank you for asking that, Jennifer. It made me think. I like thinking. Oh man, this one's a doozy. Doozy. Okay. I guess my biggest question is, with this huge investment, will we be able to stop with all the therapies, the counselors, etc. at the end of the program? You know, we have all these outside bills, all these outside people that we pay. You know, I've spent thousands helping my my ASD child and my angry NT child this year alone. You know, I can't afford to throw good money after bad. Man, where's our copywriting team? This is copywriting gold. Can't afford throwing good money after bad. Okay. Unfortunately, the team didn't tell me who this is, but we'll call her Susie. So Susie, will you be able to stop going to therapy and counselors? Maybe. I do not have enough information. I do not have a crystal ball. I cannot see the future. And if anybody from my team tells you otherwise, I would love to know, because I can maybe start consulting with them for the future. There are no guarantees, right? Have there been people who have put in the work, done the things that the framework recommends? Yes. Have their children been, receptive to all the new changes, getting them on board? Yes. So in a perfect storm, will you be able to drop some of those extra therapies and counselors? Maybe. But there is no yes. There is no for sure. There is no guarantee. Right? And, the statement, like, I don't want to throw good money after bad. I don't even like it. That's a rabbit hole I don't really want to go into, right? Because now we're going to start getting into your money beliefs. We're going to start getting into your therapy beliefs. We're going to start getting into your primal beliefs of whether or not you think the world is a good place, right? Whether you think money is abundant in the world, right? Or it's a limited resource that we all have to fight over, right? Sort of like deep level beliefs. And that's a conversation that's going to go on for quite some time. It's possible. We've had people in, we've had people in the program who have stopped seeing their therapist, stopped seeing the counselors, and they are doing great. We have people who still do it. It is just a tool in the toolbox, and we are here to show you all the tools in the toolbox, and then you get to choose what works, right? Anonymous Facebook user / didn't grant StreamYard permission says, approximately how long are the CTC 90-day sessions? So here's our plan. We are going to be teaching this live on Tuesdays, and Dana will record the full module from front to start along with you guys. And when that's over, right, there's probably going to be like a little bit of Q&A afterwards. Once we have that, we are going to, like, once stop happens, you're going to see some busy beavers editing those files, chopping those modules up into lessons that are about 5 to 10 minutes a piece, right? Because at the end of the day, like, if you signed up for CTC 2.0, right, you got lessons that were 5 minutes, 7 minutes. Our longest one, I think, was like 10 minutes and 20 seconds, something like that. So it depends. If you want to attend live, if you want to be part of that kind of energy, right, you're probably looking at maybe 60 minutes to 90 minutes, give or take. If that doesn't fit into your schedule every week or most weeks or whatever, right, you then have the option of viewing the chopped up recording at your own pace, right? And then we'll say, hey, lesson 1 is this, lesson 2 is this, right? You'll see it in your dashboard as edited lessons that are 5-10 minutes long. The coaching call is on Thursday. We do our absolute best to answer as many questions. We do try to stick to that like 60 to 90 minute, just because we know that as humans, like sitting for 90 minutes, that becomes like max, right? Your brain starts to go a little fuzzy and details, right? You got to get up and move and dance, do your thing. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of an idea. The 10 and 10s, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, depending on the coach, you know, they're anywhere from probably like 45 minutes to an hour. We do our best to index those questions and refer them to like, hey, Monday, you know, October 26th, I answered these questions. We try to timestamp it so you can say like, oh, I got my question answered. It's on, you know, it's on Wednesdays, 10 and 10, and it's 30 minutes in, right? And then you can go directly to that. We also have the Searchy technology, which makes all of our videos searchable by keyword, which is amazing. So if you're dealing with aggressive meltdowns, you can type in aggressive meltdowns. It's also responsible for a lot of amazing hilarity because it's like an automated transcript that gets generated, and you know, it's not perfect technology. So just some really, really good typos. Yeah, some really good typos. So, but for the most part, it's pretty darn awesome. You know, I would say it's probably like 95% accurate. It's better than the Zoom transcription service, that's for sure. Yes, Loretta, we are still live for you guys watching. Today, enrollment closes because at some point we got to close the doors, say bye-bye to the workshop, the challenge, whatever words you want to use, 7 days to less chaos, because we can't keep this up, right? We've got a team of like, I don't even know. I've lost count at this point. And they're all working like a zillion hours right now. We can't sustain that. So today the doors close. You know, over the weekend, we're going to rest, probably do a little bit of customer service maintenance of just like, hey, did everyone get in? Everyone got what they want. So come Monday, we can be fresh and we can serve you guys to our fullest extent. And for those of you who are jumping in, you know, you will be our focus for the next 90 days, 100%. All right, because we don't have time, we don't have energy to do all the things. I would love to if I did, but I don't. I have to make priorities, right? Yeah, Jennifer Beanie, we can ask him anything. Loretta, I don't know if you missed any good questions. I've only been here for a little bit, maybe an hour-ish. Jennifer Beanie had some thought provokers. I don't know if that had anything to do with Calm the Chaos 3.0 or enrolling, but they were good questions. I had fun. I am not seeing any more. I'm trying to go over our doc. Our team is kind of feeding me questions. I see one here that doesn't look like it got answered. Let me read this over real quick. And if you guys have anything in the chat, if you're on the fence, type in on the fence. Tell me why. You know, I'd love to write your name on the board, serve you in the next 90 days. Oh, this is a great question. I'll read this one out to you guys, and then we can go from here. Again, our team didn't put names here, but Susie writes in, I'm wondering if this program will help me. And if you guys were wondering, Susie is also my middle schooler's made-up girlfriend. He didn't make her up, I did. So Susie is wondering if this program will help me. I've got a super strong-willed and brilliant 6-year-old. We're unschooling him, which works great for most of the time. He's super motivated, eager to learn. He's had some big emotional issues, about being adopted. Yeah. Once we use the adoption word, right, there's a different set of filters that go in, right? It's just natural. It's got angry outbursts sometimes when we say no. I'm good at supporting him most of the time. I'm very good with emotional support, being spontaneous in the moment, but I myself have ADD and feel what I need is support to create more organization routine within our open days. The isolation of COVID is really like putting my lack of organization to the test. We also have a very busy 2-year-old in the mix. Yeah, so there's a lot going on there. And here's what we see. Most parents that we see coming into our program, they have got 1, maybe 2 pieces of that UQ, right? Sounds like Susie here is great at connection. Sounds like she's pretty darn good at understanding, right? But maybe she's lacking just a little bit in that U department, right? Maybe a little bit in that empowerment department, right? And then like those imbalances are causing some struggles in their equation, right? And that's where having that framework, having the ability to stand on the shoulders of giants who've come before you is really powerful. Because, you know, we talk about this all the time, right? Like you guys are in the bottle, right? And you're like, how do I get out of the bottle? And the answer to how do I get out of the bottle is, well, the instructions are on the outside. Well, how do I read the instructions? I'm in the bottle. The instructions are on the outside. I can't read them from the inside. Well, you have to get out of the bottle to get the instructions, right? And it's this circular game. So what you need is somebody on the outside looking in who can say, hey, here are the instructions. This is how you get out, right? Now you've got a team. Now you've got a partnership. Now you've got somebody who can see clearly what's going on and can help you out of that bottle. And again, I can't see, but it sounds like someone said, I've signed up for the CTC 90 days, looking forward to putting in the hard work. The 7 days helped me so much. Yeah, amazing. Awesome. Glad to have you. Jennifer Beanie chimes in. You've coached me in a way that has challenged me and helped me to change my thoughts and beliefs and has made such a huge impact on my life. I'm still working on the illusion of perfection and control. Yeah, this is a big one, guys. There is no such thing as perfection. Sorry for you guys who like label yourselves as perfectionists. There is no perfection. Perfection is a fear-based trap that is designed to keep you stuck where you are, right? I can't show everyone my artwork because it's not perfect. It's not ready yet, right? It's just fear that other people will judge your artwork and you won't like it, right? Oh, I can't. My CD, my album's not done. My CD's not done. It's not perfect. There is no perfection, man. Shoot for 70% perfection. 70% perfection is perfect, right? We put on this workshop, we put on this challenge, guys, it is 70% of what we wanted to do. We had to say goodbye to things. We had to let go of things, right? We had to like let them go in the world and say, you know what? Not this time. There isn't enough energy to go around to make this happen, right? 70% is where you want to shoot for, you know, and control, there is no control, right? I could, you know, take a bite of this peach. It could go down the wrong pipe and then like dead on the live cast, right? No control, right? You certainly can't control others, right? You can't even control your own thoughts, you know? I can say to you guys like, hey, whatever you do, don't think of a pink elephant, right? And all of you guys thought of a pink elephant. Right? You cannot control even your own thoughts. Now you can choose your thoughts, right? You come up with a thought and it pops up in your mind. Oh my God, I can't do this. I'm the worst parent. I should never have become a parent. Like you at that point can say, you know what? That is old me. That is a nonsense story. I choose, as the thinker of my thoughts, to focus my energy on how amazing of a parent I have. You know, do I have room to grow? Absolutely. But right now, I'm doing the best that I can, and then you move forward. That is a choice. You can choose to think new thoughts, right? But there are times, like, how many of you guys have ever been just watching TV and then you're like, man, and then high school boyfriend, high school girlfriend pops into your head and you're like, what just happened, right? Or you're walking down the street. Hey, Katrina, you're walking down the street and you get a whiff of perfume or cologne or whatever, and immediately taken back to, you know, when you were in college and you were a senior and you were dating, you know, Bobby Wilkinson, and oh man, right, flooding back 20 years later. There's no control, right? And once you can realize and accept and understand that there is no control, that it is an illusion of control that is generated by fear, that's when you have room to grow. That's when you have room to really flourish. Oh man, that's a big one. Jennifer says, and I remember this in a couple of posts with Jennifer last round, you know, it helped Jennifer understand that she was inadvertently creating some of the struggles that weren't actually struggles. Yeah. You know, there was a post today in the October group where there was a mama who had a kiddo who was like putting on his pants backwards. And she said, oh, hey, your pants are backwards. You know, do you want to fix those? He was like, yeah. So he went to fix them and he put them on backwards again. She was like, oh, I noticed that when you went to fix them, you put them on backwards again. I'm starting to think that, you know, you don't want them on the right way. Is there something wrong with them putting on the right way? And he was like, yes, the tag really bothers me. And she said, okay, would you like me to cut off the tag? I can totally do that. It won't ruin the pants. You know, tag be gone. He was like, nope, I like the tag. I'm just going to wear my pants backwards. It was at this point that this mama made a brilliant choice. She decided, you know what? It does not matter if his pants are backwards. It just doesn't. Right? And there are plenty of people who would choose to make a point in that moment that the kid should put on the pants the right way, because that's how pants go. But she decided that it didn't matter. She let it go, right? So she decided in the moment whether or not she wanted to be right or she wanted to be happy, right? And sometimes those are mutually exclusive. And she said, you know what? I would rather be happy. I would rather him be happy than me be right, yelling at him to put on his pants the right way, my way or the highway, right? So he got to wear his pants backwards. Nobody cared. Nobody said anything. Probably is on a Zoom room. Nobody even noticed, right? It's win-win-win. I'm happy. You're happy. Kids happy. Internet's happy. Would I rather be right? Would I rather be happy? It's huge. Yeah, and there's sometimes where you insert your views and your interpretations into the equation, right? And when you do that, right, you have to realize, you know, your kiddos are on their journey. They're on their own path, right? You're there just to guide them, right? They're Luke, right? And you're Yoda, right? You're not the star of the show. They are, right? They're on their own journey. You're on your own journey and you're Luke in your own version. But like when it comes to parenting, you're Yoda. Yeah, Jennifer, SK10 wears his boxers backwards. Who the F cares, right? You could make it a point and be like, oh my God, I can't believe you're doing this. And you're got a little hole in the thing in the butt, and what are you going to do when you pee? Doesn't matter. Who cares? Pick your battles, right? So I do not see any more questions. Do you guys have any questions for me? It's pretty slow here, as it is actually midnight, midnight 15 to be exact. I'm happy to stay on, hang out with you guys. I don't know where Dana is. I can hear her talking. Yeah, Kylie saying, you know, her kiddo was wearing pants with holes in it. Yeah, and then the school finally was like, you know what, just doesn't, it's not worth it. You want to like walk around with pants with holes? That's great. You know, no big deal. Oh man. Katrina here says the E word. Expectations. Man. Expectations, they will mess you up. Right? So has anyone ever experienced this? They're like, oh my God, did you see the new movie? It is so good. You have to go see it. I can't believe, oh my God. I'm not going to tell you because then you're going to know. You just have to see it. It's going to be the best movie ever. It's change your life. Every time anybody ever says, go do this thing, it's going to be amazing, I am guaranteed to hate it, right? Because I'm going to have an expectation that it's good, and it will never be as good as what I'm expecting in my brain. Never works out. So when you bring expectations of what somebody should know, what they shouldn't know, what they should do, you know, blobbity blobbity blue, man, it's just it's a guaranteed disaster. Communicating with Dana, like, what are you doing? So yeah, just caution yourself around any expectation. There was actually a post in Next Up today where one of the mamas just had all these expectations, and she was like, man, I need help around expectations. And the cliff notes is don't have them, right? Do not have expectations. Someone posted in the group, I can't see names here. Do we also get access to the warm-up videos if we enroll? If it were up to me, I would say no. No, you do not. However, this is not just my business. It is Dana's. And luckily, she exists for you guys because she is on your side. She says, yes, you will get the warm-up and challenge and 7 Days to Less Chaos in your dashboard when you sign up, which is pretty cool. I think it's freaking valuable. That's probably the best free thing we've ever done. And then we had VIP access for those who wanted to like be on an after coaching call. I don't know that we're ever going to do the VIP again. I think we'll still do the coaching calls, but I think we realized we didn't like that experience of, don't thank me. If it were up to me, you guys would be out of luck. But I don't think we like the VIP experience. We've never done that before. It was just something we wanted to try. And I don't think we liked that like dichotomy of like, well, some of you can get to the coaching and some of you can't. It wasn't our favorite thing. So we did it. We stuck with it. I don't think we're going to do that again. But yeah, so if you hop in, you guys have about an hour and 40 minutes, give or take. It's the crow flies, as long as I don't fall asleep. Shut it all down. Kylie, blah blitty blah blitty blue. What does that mean? I asked my fabulous my wife, for a drink. Oh, she responded, "What do you want?" Okay. I was like, I asked like 5 minutes ago. Yeah, Kylie, it was an awesome 7-day series. If anyone watching here, isn't already in, has a question, heck out, you can come on live and ask me your question. I don't care. I'm happy to answer anything that you guys got. Just checking in with the team here. If anybody's watching, welcome to Kim, to Brooke, to Amy, to Cynthia, Stacy, Wendy, Mylene. You guys are rock stars. Kristen, Erica, Amy, Melissa, Mia, Nicole. You guys are part of the fam. Trisha, Sarah, Rebecca, Jennifer, Regini. That's an awesome name. Isn't that the name of the snake in Harry Potter?
Regine?
I don't know.
It's lemonade.
Okay.
I
Did you
probably
water it
should have
down?
watered it down. No, it's full force. You have 13 humans.
Holy guacamole.
Okay. Do you want me to add some names?
You can't. I don't know where you left off, so you're on your own there.
Cien. All right. So it is after midnight, and we can totally shut down if you'd like. There's not a whole lot of friends left.
We have had a couple people who have like legit questions or like thanks.
Great. Awesome. Okay.
The last person who isn't one of our current students or in on this board for being new said, "Hey, when we buy, do we get access to the recordings?" And I very specifically told them that if it were up to me, the answer is no. But I'm not the end all be all, and that we're very lucky that you exist because you said yes.
I did say yes.
Yeah, you just
Because I don't want them to focus on the small bits. I want them to focus on Calm the Chaos.
you want them to smoke, calm the chaos.
It's
Awesome.
Katrina. Can we show Katrina's video?
No,
Dude,
this isn't the Katrina show. It's the Jason show.
dude, but Katrina's video is so good. Okay, I found Cien like 5,000 pages back. Katrina! Dude, that's not even spelled right. What is Picle?
Hold
you
on.
have 19 angry faces now?
What?
Look. You only had one before. It was Kayleen. Now you have 19 angry faces.
That's not how that works.
Look, it says 19 angry faces.
Look, this is Late Night with Senior Pickle.
Let's not with Senor Pico. That's
Anonymous Facebook user. Do you have on your website an outline of all the bonuses and warm-up topics?
nope.
It's such a fluid thing. You would have to go to 2 different places. And for some strange reason, it's not allowing me to post in a Facebook group. And so there's 2 places. calmthechaosworkshop.com/yes will take you to the sales page, which will outline all the modules, all the bonuses that are like standard, right? So calmthechaosworkshop.com. Kylie, if you are at a computer, if you could put that link in, just calmthechaosworkshop.com/yes, that would be awesome. And then the other is calmthechaosworkshop.com/livecast. Now the livecast will have all the bonuses from today that we've released. And So between /yes and /livecast, you should have everything you need to go. And if Jen Beanie or Kylie, if you guys could post that, because I'm not able to do it for whatever reason in this program. Good night, Evelyn. I believe you're on this board somewhere, so we'll see you on the inside. Jen Beanie said that she would talk to me until I fell asleep.
Aw.
Yeah, late night with
so
Senior Pickle.
sweet.
Wait, hold on. I wrote that I was an old pickle.
You're an old pickle?
Yeah. Instead of Senior Pickle, like, you know, with the little doohickey.
Mm.
So I was just Senior Pickle. Senior Pickle. All right, Evelyn, I will see you next week in the community. So glad, so excited to have you on board. You are very welcome, anonymous Facebook user. It is my pleasure to be here. All right. This is where I say, man, anybody have any questions? Going once, going twice. There's usually someone throw something good at me. Yeah, /yes will forward to enroll automatically. Jennifer. Magical system that we have.
Dude, how did this many come in?
I don't know. I checked a minute ago and I had to scroll for hours.
Well, it's funny because I've been checking like as they come in, and we've been celebrating them upstairs as a team. The whole team's been on.
Except
But
for me.
when you go to look at them in a scrolly form,
Yeah, it's impressive.
like, wow, look at that. So just so you guys see, I
You're
want
just,
them
like,
to see.
burping
Look,
in my ear.
like we're filling up the lines down there, up there, and then we're gonna have to go down there. There's a couple more spaces. I didn't mean to burp in your ear. Definitely happened. Cool.
It's the second time it's happened tonight, in fact.
What?
We got somebody called Ratika? That's awesome. I think my
Ratika?
Ratika. I think my favorite name on the board right now is Sharifa.
Right there.
Yeah, or Rue. Rue's really good.
I like Rue.
Isn't Rue the character who dies in
Yes.
in Hunger Games?
Yes.
Yeah, I wonder if she gets that a lot. She probably does. Jen Beanie needs a new book. Jen Beanie, what are you interested in learning?
Dude, I like this last name.
Regini is pretty good.
Yes.
I'm probably saying it wrong. It's probably something awesome.
Is she on the thing?
I have no idea.
Is she on the call?
I don't know.
Oh.
Wait a second. I knew that name sounded familiar.
Who?
She's an alum.
Regini?
Yeah.
No.
She's super quiet, but I remember that name. I have a much better memory than you are. Whoa. It says 30 on red. That is a lot.
On red?
Like I haven't checked since 30 names ago.
Gotcha.
Jen Beanie needs a new book.
You know what I think would be helpful?
No.
Do you want to know what I think would be helpful? I think if
Supriya,
you-
yes. Yeah, that's exactly how to spell it.
I think if you shared what it's like living with an out of the box wife.
I feel like you really messed up the camera when you did your little tour.
Really?
Better. It was like really crooked.
Oh.
Thank you, Kylie, for sharing that link. Still working on control issues, also growth mindset. Okay, Jen Beanie. I think your book, I think you're ready for this.
So cool.
I think that your book, I'm just double checking here. is The Four Agreements by Don Miguel Ruiz. Natasha, not only are we awake, but we're still live.
This
But
makes me like
we
so
have-
happy.
We have completely filled out our board here.
We got some down here that you can't see. I'm about
We've
to fill
got
it out. We got
4 lines.
more rooms. More room.
But yeah, we've transformed from Calm the Chaos, butt party, or whatever we had earlier, butt busting. And
This is everyone. Someone saying, is this just new? This is everyone. So anyone that's gold, these are our alumni who continue to trust us, like continue to
fools, I tell them.
who continue to on their journey, right?
Yeah, man.
It's
Yeah.
not a one and done. This is not a course you put on the shelf and you're like, I did that, great. No, this is a lifestyle. So everyone in gold has chosen CTC as a lifestyle. I think that's the best way to say it. Do you agree?
$2 Chuck.
I mean, and look at that. That's the most we've ever had in gold. It's pretty cool.
That's freaking fabulous. I'm super excited for all the energy and excitement and transformation that is going to come from all of these names.
It's pretty exciting.
It is what wakes me up in the morning.
It's pretty exciting.
Yeah. And then, like, if you're just joining and you're like, what the heck is Late Night with Senior Pickle? My name is Jason, but around these parts, people call me Lemon Pickle. This is Dana, my fabulous wife,
Hello.
founder and creator of Calm the Chaos Framework. We are in the middle / not the middle. This is the end of enrollment week for our brand new spanking program, Calm the Chaos Live 3.0, right? Where we're going to teach you the latest version of the framework from start to finish live. She's doing that, not me. Because if I do it, it'll be hilarious. Bum, 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 bum. Yes. Kylie says, look at that awesome board. We trust you. CTC Lifestyle.
Aw, I'm at the bottom. More people need to say yes.
To fulfill our randomly drawn art, more people need to say yes.
I mean, who doesn't want to join? Look at that.
At this point, roughly 22,500 people don't want to join. Just going by math. We've got about 500, 600 people. There was 23,000 in the workshop. That's their bad, not mine. I think we got a sad face when I said that. So you brought me this lemonade.
You said drink, please.
But
everyone else
I
on the
don't-
team said
Can
bring
you-
him tequila.
Can you see this cup? It's like the painting cup from my child's art room. Where did you even find this cup?
It was in the main cup area.
Yeah, okay. In the art room.
No. It was totally in the cup area. The team said, bring him tequila. I said he would be so mad at me. So I brought you lemonade.
How do people become focus forward partners? Well,
That's a great question.
what they have to do is snatch a pebble from my hand.
That is not true.
Yes, it's when the student becomes the master.
No, that's not how we do things around here.
Wax on, wax off.
Jason Abraham.
What? It's like Mr. Miyagi style. Mr. Miyagi's cool. I don't care what you say. Okay, real life answer. Sorry, it's 12:30 in the morning. Been up since 6. We've been live
You've
since
been saying
3 weeks ago.
You've been.
No, this is late night with Senior Pickle. Shut down your noise. So, how do you become a Focus Forward partner? Our current Focus Forward partners are people who have taken the framework. They've graduated from the course, the program, whatever you want to call it. They have made a commitment to living the framework. We've seen them time after time show up in the community, show up for themselves, and by application, they've been invited to apply. Usually, they will have been an ambassador for the program. And then we kind of invite them to apply for Focus Forward partner position. How many do we have right now? 6?
Yeah. Focus forwards?
Yeah.
No.
9? 17?
Maybe we have 5 or 6. You might be
6.
right.
I think 6. They're currently 5.
I was thinking of ambassadors.
There are currently 5 CTC coaches. There's 1 Dana. There's 1 me. They put me in that CTC coach role, but rules don't apply to me. Because I just do what I want. I'm like Cartman. So 1 Dana, 5 coaches, 6 FFPs, and then I don't even know how many ambassadors we have right now. They are so freaking powerful. Dana did a call with them.
No, it's 25.
25 of the most powerful women, most amazing women that you could ever imagine. It was so cool. Seeing all 25 faces in the Zoom call, it was really, really neat. Same thing with ambassador. It's just, hey, if you show up, you do the work, you're gonna notice, right? You're gonna get noticed. You're gonna show up and support, and it's just kind of a natural progression. It's not like a apply and do these things. The one requirement that we do have is that you have to have gone through the framework. You have to have graduated, right? And you have to live the framework, right? Commit to living the framework. Those are really good questions. Thank you for asking those. Dana's computer has these random documents in the background, and I just kind of read one of them. And the part that I read just says, cup of coffee and breath.
What?
It's a side hustle? I don't believe in side hustles, so I don't know. I'm going to say no on the side hustle. These people live, breathe the framework all the time.
I mean, they heard from Kylie earlier. That's a really good example.
What are you doing over there?
I can't.
You're coughing, you're dropping your phone. You're really messing with my late night with Senior Pickle vibe. All right, friends. 4.5 hours into this broadcast, I think it's time.
We only have an hour and a half. If they want in the next, before the next
Dana wants
year.
me to do a marketing.
It's not marketing.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're asking if you can become a Calm the Chaos coach or Calm the Chaos ambassador. That would be the Calm the Chaos certification program. That is in the works. That is part of our Ignite and Conquer and Thrive portion of our business. It is coming in the next year or two. It's currently not, we do not certify Calm the Chaos coaches yet. but it's coming. Thank you. That was like, I was not understanding your question. Thank you for rephrasing that. It's really helpful. Yes, so it's coming. It's not here yet. Same requirements. You would need to have taken the course and graduated, and there will be a little bit more rigorous. Good night, Natasha. Natasha, thank you for sharing your story earlier today. We had so many people.
Amazing.
Yes, Natasha is amazing. I love, like, she just has like this like quiet sophistication and calm about her. It's amazing. It's so cool.
So much to share.
Yes. Yeah. And I learned that Natasha has 2 children, not just one super amazingly
I told
cute.
You that.
Oh boy, it never sunk in until I said it the other day. And Natasha's like, "Yo, I got 2 kids. What's wrong with you?" No, she didn't say that at all. She was just like, "Oh, don't forget about my other kiddo."
Her daughter.
Yeah, her daughter. Her son is just so freaking cute. I've never seen the daughter, so I'm sure she's also freaking cute. But anywho. All right, guys. So Dana, very tired, laying on the floor, brain wants me to close this out for you guys in top hat fashion. All right, guys. Calm the Chaos 3.0. It's happening. It's a thing. It is the latest evolution, all of the best stuff that we've learned after having several thousand Calm the Chaos 2.0 students. This is the latest and greatest in Calm the Chaos technology, theology, methodology. We have learned where you get stuck. We have learned where you guys have massive success. We have rearranged. We have deleted. We have added. It is going to be something to behold. Enrollment closes tonight in a little over an hour. Doors will close. We'll say goodnight. We'll start packing up the trucks, heading to the next city. And this circus is going to the next level.
There's a next city.
There's no next city.
But we are focusing on our people.
Yeah. So what's really happening is, like, guys, we can't just forever like do the workshop and the challenge, and like it's not sustainable, right? A free workshop like this costs the company, $100,000 or whatever to run. Like, you can't sustain that for free. So what we're doing is we're going to close the doors on the workshop. The coaches will be in the out of the box parenting group less. We'll still be there. We'll still see your posts. We still have to kind of like man the station, but it won't be as big of a focus, right? Because we've got,
look at all these
500, 600 amazing humans that we have to serve, who have just invested their energy into the program and their success and their future success. Yeah, and like Kylie says, CTC 3.0, the awesomeness begins on Monday. And
yeah, we have a welcome on Monday and our first call on Tuesday.
Yeah, welcome calls on Monday. First training is on Tuesday. How are we going to handle all those people? This will not be our first rodeo. That's wow.
Yeah, we've done this for 2.5 years.
We've done this for 2.5 years. This
we have
is not
a team of over 20 people.
Yeah.
Supporting us.
Yeah.
So it's just not me and you anymore. It's not us supporting 20 people.
Yeah, I mean the initial class we had 50. We cut it off at 50 when it was just 3 people running it, right? And then our next class we had it at 100, and then we hired more people, right? And now we've got 500-600 people on this board. It's a well-oiled machine at this point. So if you've been following us along, if you're hanging out, Supriya, thank you for hanging out. Jennifer, Kylie, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate all of you guys. Can't wait to start next week. If you're on the fence, look, if you've been with us for the last couple of weeks, you followed along, you've watched all the lives, time to start listening to your gut. Stop turning off your brain. Stop looking for things why it won't work. just hop on in, man. The water's fine. Right? You have nothing to risk and everything to gain. All right. That being said, Late Night with Senior Pickle coming to an end. If you want to head over to calmthechaosworkshop.com/yes, you'll see that timer is running out. If you guys don't want to miss out on some of the amazingness that's coming your way, just head on over, hit the join now. We've got 3 payment options. We've got a 12 pay for $77. This is not a membership. It is just a payment plan. There's a 6 pay option for $147. And then if you decide that you know that the universe has got your back, you can go all in, save about 20%, and do $699. Yeah, so that's awaiting for you on the other side of this link, calmthechaosworkshop.com/yes. All right, guys, I am officially canceling Late Night with Senior Pickle.
Bye.
Bye, guys. Have an awesome day. Can't wait to see you guys. Supriya, goodbye. See you next week. Jennifer, Kylie, see you guys soon. Have a good day.